That was a wonderful rendition. Right, right about now we'll be introducing the dignitaries we have here. We want to welcome the presence of Honorable Olaj. I beg your pardon. Olaj. I got that. Okay, alright. We'll be having Honorable Olaj, and that is the special advisor to the governor on housing, and also Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, the former president of Nigeria, will join us here soon. And also we have Muhammad Murtala, that's the MD, Penant View Design Nigeria Limited. Also Abdullahi Yusuf, the MD, Mobhan Homes Limited, is also here present. Please round of applause for them. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Please, for those that are just joining us, like I said earlier, we'll be having a wonderful time to experience what some people have gone through with drugs and addiction, and how they came out of that addiction. And we're not here to throw out of that you made a mistake or you cannot stand clean or stay clean. But we are here to sensitize or to encourage you that you can live above the high. You can live above the high. So tell yourself that I can live above the high. Yes, bring it up for the students. I can hear the voice very loud and clear. You can live above the high. Put your hands together for yourselves. Thank you. Put your hands together for yourselves. Yes, I will call in on for the welcome address. For the welcome address, I will call in on Dr. Kule additional to give us the welcome address. Dr. Kule additional is the president, Recovery Advocacy Network. The President, Recovery Advocacy Network, and the CEO Serenity Royale. Put a list down for Dr. Kule additional.
Distinguished guests, esteemed participants, work is driven by a singular vision to empower individuals struggling with drug abuse or addiction to reclaim their lives and to build a society where recovery is celebrated, supported, and sustainable. Our aim is to challenge the stigma surrounding addiction recovery, to advocate for compassionate and evidence-based approaches to recovery, and to create a robust support system for those who are in need. We believe that every individual has the power to rise above their circumstances and fly higher than ever imagined, breaking free from the chains of addiction and embracing a future filled with hope. Today, we are joined by experts, advocates, students, and individuals with life experiences who will inspire us with their stories and insights. Together, we will explore innovative strategies, foster collaborations, and ignite the passion needed to drive real change. I want to thank each and every one of you for being part of this movement. Your presence here signifies your commitment to the cause and your belief in the possibility of transformation for individuals, for families, and for our society at large. As we embark on this journey together, over the course of this conference, I encourage you to engage fully, share openly, and leave here not only with renewed hope, but also with actionable ideas to take back your lives, our families, and our communities. Once again, welcome to the Fly Above the High Conference 2024. May this event inspire us all to soar higher and work tirelessly to create a world where recovery is not just possible, but enviable. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. God bless you.
One time, I'd like you to put your hands together for Dr. Kule. All right, I'll hand it over now to Mr. Henry Asintesta.
Okay, thank you. We'll be having the first session from the speaker, from Dr. Samuel Abba. Dr. Samuel Abba is a mental health specialist, and I want you to pay close attention to every of his words. Thank you.
very important? Is it very, very important? Like, the thing is, see, the problem is, this is because it's like, from what I'm not even supposed to be. I just came to help him out. He wasn't in different. The thing is, it's like you guys are working on the budget. These are not the. You understand? The equipment are not. Probably, if your people are still interested in spending money, some things can still be done even as of now. That will give you proper production. Proper production. Like, I'm talking about like before 11:30.
Because I
You get proper production.
behind there. What I was seeing wasn't pleasant.
Of course.
The mic, camera angles was just off.
Of course, no.
Live they would want to. There's no audio.
Is that the president?
There's no audio on the live stream.
Okay, president.
Yeah, that is wrong.
See, that's what it is.
Because we are not hearing anything. Everybody is sending messages.
President.
They are trying to get them.
Okay, you get check the internet. No, the problem is not internet. You know what it is? That the equipment are not. It's like you're working on the budget. Like a very, very little budget. So,
But we wanted the best. It's what they presented to us. If you forget about budget.
because the thing is, I was asking them now, how important is the life? Is it very important?
It's very important. The life is important.
Can you still spend money?
Like what?
Like, let's say, I'm looking at like 100.
Mr.
But you get
Ayo.
I was thinking,
The pleasure it gives you is just something like it. Taking, or you are being adjudged to take, they have almost the same property like this one that God created. However, when you take them, there is no control of the quantity that is released to that pleasure center. Take for example, for me to feel happy and satisfied when you eat, it requires just 5 dopamine. But when you take cigarette, you take marijuana, you take ice or anything, it will release about 1,000 dopamine. And the body was created to accommodate 5. So you saturate your system with what your system was not created for. Therefore, what does the brain do? The brain will begin to try to adjust. And that's what we want in your wiring in your brain. Your brain will start to try to adjust to these substances. It will try to begin to expand. It will try to begin to produce more receptors that can attach to these substances. And if you continue to take it, yes, the brain will begin to change in structure. There's a physical change in the structure of your brain with the use of these substances. And that is one major difficult challenge we have when we want to bring them back to the body. There is a structural change that happens by constantly using these substances to the point that your brain will no longer be able to stay without these substances being used. And that is why when they tell you this thing is bad, because your brain can no longer stay without the substance, you go for it despite the knowledge you have that it is bad. You become like a zombie with the substance. Secondly, because of the expansion of your brain, anytime you want to try to reduce taking these substances, because it has expanded, and when something expands, it will want more to feel. If you deny it, withdrawal symptoms. And that withdrawal symptoms is what pushes you to do more. Because your body has been used to large quantity of substances. When you try to reduce, you begin to have withdrawal symptoms. However, you can't continue, because the more you continue, the body gets to the point whereby you start having destruction of your brain cells. And that destruction of your brain cells is what is responsible for the misbehavior of people that take substances. There's a destruction of your brain cells. There's a disconnect between the nucleus accumbens and the prefrontal cortex, which is not yet developed. So it breaks that connection, and that development can no longer take place. You begin to see a very grown-up man or someone who is expected to know some things behaving like a child, because aspects that is supposed to have grown for him to know the difference between what is right and wrong is not there. So no substance you take is an innocent event. Every substance you take affects your brain in one way or the other. Let nobody deceive you. Let no friend, let no classmate deceive you that taking substances is innocent. It is destructive to your brain. There are many reasons why people take substances. But I don't want to dwell on it today. Whatever is the reason, it is not genuine enough for you to destroy your brain. Because you can fall you can never anything in life. You can never achieve anything in life. So if you have been involved in taking substances, the best thing to do is to tell yourself, I will not use my hand to destroy my life. I will not use my money to destroy my life. So what is the best way? The best way is one, prevention. Prevention is better than cure. Thank God this hall is filled with very young boys and girls. If you have never tasted any psychoactive substance, you have never tasted cigarette, you have never tasted alcohol, you have never tasted cannabis, marijuana, and all the ones your friend have been introducing to you, congratulations.
who are going through rehabilitation. We met those that are in very, very bad cases. We met all of them, and we listened to them. And our conclusion is that if you get anything trying to tempt you into drug, please avoid it like plague. There's always that feeling when you are young. You want to try things. When I was young, once in my life, I tried to smoke. And the amount of coughing I had, as a result, I never tried it the second time. But if I had continued, smoking is an addiction. I could have been addicted to it. So the thing I will tell you first is please don't get even near it. That's number one. I say, talk about this soberly. I've told you the story of my being chairman of the West African Commission on Drugs. And we have a report. You can make that report available. And it's still relevant, in fact, more relevant today. And there are countries in West Africa who could not even manage to patrol their territorial land or water. There are countries where private plane land, drop drugs or carry drugs without that country having the ability for security of all their landed territory. But my soberliness also came from the effect that we have had in our extended family. I had a young cousin and I took him to Arrow for rehabilitation. And after some time, I was told that just leaving him there is not good enough. That occasionally I should take him out and let him start the process of reintegration while it was going on with the rehabilitation. So I will take him and we will farm together. And on the way to the farm, we will be chatting, we will be talking. On one occasion, I said, look, these, how do you know where they sell them to get them? And he said to me, Daddy, you go to a garage. By the time you ask 4 or 5 people, the first person you ask me say, I'm go. Don't ask me this thing. No. He said, by the time you ask 4 or 5, one will say, go to that shop there. You will see it. I said, that's the way you get it. I was trying, of course, to know. Then he was a carpenter, a very good carpenter. So I will ask him to stay on the farm and do some carpentry work. And one day I was traveling for about 10 days. I told the farm manager, I said, look, let him do everything, but give him food, don't put money in his pocket. After 3 days that I've left, my farm manager said, this Obasanjo must be a wicked man. How can somebody be walking like this and you say I should not give him money? I will give him money. So he gave him money. And of course, he got money. He went to where he would get the thing. He got the drug and he was high. Now you are told to fly above the high. So he was only at the high level. He was high. And the first thing he did, he quarreled with the farm manager and slapped him. I came back. The farm manager could not tell me what happened. My kid cousin, couldn't tell me what happened. So one of the workers in the farm came to whisper to me what happened. Then I called the farm manager. Farm manager, hey, what happened? He said he was working hard. And I thought, you must have been a cruel man for such a hard-working man not to be given money. I said, well, you now understand why I asked you that at that stage is not got to the stage when, as I was told by the rehabilitation center in Arrow, Nervous Disease Hospital. One sad thing in our family, extended family, was that my kid cousin died. He died. Death that could have been avoided. Death that was drug related. And when in the investigation that I said we carried out as Commission for West African Drug, or West African Commission for Drug, that's the proper name. We had all sorts of stories. Lamentable, distressing, unpleasant, deadly, fatal stories. And the point you just have to understand is run away from it. Once you get involved, some get out of it. Some get out of it, but it's more difficult to get out of it. And it's better that you don't get into it at all. I don't believe that any disease should be seen as a stigma. For instance, I've been diagnosed diabetic for more than 40 years ago. Diabetic is what they... If you think you have no disease at all, that's your own problem. Because I don't believe that there's any human being that is 100% absolutely healthy. So why should I? And then being addicted is a form of disease. Being addicted is a form of disease. Some diseases cannot be cured. They can only be managed. Some can be cured. There's no medicine yet to cure diabetes, but it can be managed. I've had 6 or 7 friends since I was diagnosed diabetic who have been diagnosed diabetic and who have died. One reason, they have not managed their diabetes very well. I had an officer when I was the area commander in Ibadan. He was diabetic. And then he said he belonged to a denomination where they say they should not use medicine. So they buy glucose for somebody who is diabetic, and you are giving glucose, you are in fact killing him. And within 48 hours, he was gone. What I'm saying is, if you have made the first mistake, getting addicted, either you are tempted by whatever it is, peers, friends, loved ones, whoever, the answer is don't hide it and get help. And help you can get if you seek help. Help you can get. And it's like a disease. If you make effort, you can get out of it. And you can get out of it and in fact proudly say, yes, I was there, but here I am. I'm now here. I am a diabetic patient. Yes. But you tell me what you can as a non-diabetic that I cannot do. I play squash every other day. I walk. I watch what I eat. I wonder if any of you can tell me what I ate this morning. Avocado and egg white. Avocado, beautiful fruit, and egg white. In the afternoon, I will eat a bit. And And any time that I get a little bit of pammy, I put it on top. And that is the way to manage. If a disease is curable, like diabetes is not, and they say that it's partly hereditary. I have one of my children, one of my daughters. Anytime he's drinking and he put sugar, I say, hey, they say this thing that I had or that I've had, it's hereditary. You may watch it, you may have it. And he said, Daddy, when did they tell you you have diabetes? I said, I was over 40. It's about 45. He said, 45. So you have enjoyed the good things of life up to the age of 45. So let me enjoy my own up to 45. Then I will be like you. I said, man, it doesn't happen that way. Don't talk. But on a serious note, there's nothing drug can do for you except destruction. They said it makes you high. How high do you want to be? How high do you want to be? Let me once again thank the organizers. This is something that we hush it. We don't even want to know that members of our family have it. For me, give all the help that you need to give anybody who has mistakenly gone into drug. And if you have given every help and there's no hope, you then have to continue to pray. Because I believe there's nothing prayer cannot do. Well, thank you very much.
Please, we'd like to have group photograph, please, with Baba before he leaves. He has other events that he has to grace. So I would like to call on the organizers of this great event to come up for group photograph before Baba leaves. Please sit. Thank you. Another set is coming. Please join. Please join in and take the photograph before Baba leaves. Thank you. Bring it down. Bring it down. Thank you. I appreciate the music. All right. That was a very awesome one. I would like to welcome an actor all the way from Lagos, Toro Aramide. Please make welcome Toro Aramide. Put your hands together for her. Thank you for coming. And now I want to mention this. I picked two things, or let me mention two things out of all I picked from what Baba said. He said, addiction is like a disease. Yes, I'm sure no one wants to have a disease. So this type of disease, it seems you can actually decide whether you want to give your consent, like I really want this. You can make a choice. I want to have this disease, or I don't want to. If you need help, seek help. Okay, when you are being tempted, if you need help, you can't say no all by yourself. It's the pressure is getting worse, like we say now. Please seek help. Yes. And the second thing, he said, if anyone is tempting you into getting addicted, avoid the person like a plague. So please pick up your phone at this moment. I'd like you to go on social media and tag Fly Above the High on every social media handle. That avoid whoever is trying to lure you into addiction. Avoid the person like a plague. Please pick up your phone. Yes, you are sending a message to the world. You are helping a lot of people right now. Please pick up your phone and write it there. Make sure you tag Fly Above the High and tag a lot of friends. Thank you. And now I will be calling on the person, the speaker for the next session, which is the fourth section. The third session, I'll call on Dr. Abubakar Salami, the Vice President of Recovery Advocacy Network. Please put your hands together as we invite him for the third session.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Beautiful guests, wonderful audience. I stand on existing protocol. My name is Dr. Abubakar Salami, the Vice President, Recovery Advocacy Network, the Group Managing Director, Elysium Trust Holdings Limited. And today, my topic is the pathway to recovery. My topic is the pathway to recovery. So I think we'll continue. I think the slide is stuck. not to waste any more of your precious time. What is addiction? Addiction is a complex chronic condition characterized by the compulsive engagement in rewarding stimuli, despite adverse consequences. It often involves compulsive behavior, physical and psychological dependency, loss of control, and negative consequences. Compulsive behavior can be defined as a scenario where you take substance and you're making decisions. Like Dr. Abba said, the frontal cortex, right, if I'm not wrong, is destroyed. And that is the part of your brain that is in charge of decision making. So once that part is destroyed, be rest assured that you can see an adult making careless decisions. You understand? That's when you see one old man misbehaving, and you'll be wondering that how can this old person come up with decisions like this? It is compulsive behaviors. You just behave out of context. You know, there's a story. Before I go any further, I used to be an addict. And I'm still an addict in recovery. I think I've been in recovery since 2018, December 15. And I am on a crusade to use my story as a beacon of hope for someone sitting here, directly or indirectly. Because this thing of we're here to fight against, right? It affects each and every one of us indirectly or directly. There is no running away from it. There is no possible person sitting down in this auditorium today that would say, I am free of these things. So I'll tell you why. Now, I wrote a paper recently and I said, we're sitting on a keg of gunpowder in Nigeria if the government does not do anything about this drug addiction. Reason being is this, right? The roads are no more safe. It is because of drugs the bandits stimulated to do the things they do, the negative things they do, right? Because there are things these people do that a normal human being like me and you would not do. You understand? But they go to the extremes because they are using drugs. So that means the nation is not safe for yourself and myself. And drug addiction is a family illness. So there is nobody in this room that doesn't have a family member or a close relative that is affected. So like I said, I am here to use my story as a beacon of hope. Physical and psychological dependency, times where needing more of the substance to achieve the same effect. At the years of my usage, I started using drugs in 2006 and I stopped in 2018. We're talking about 12 years of dependency, actively. Within those 12 years, there was never a time I stayed away for a month or two. I was consistently using for 12 years. And what I mean using, different substances. Now, in using those substances, there were decisions, poor decisions I made. There were relationships I broke. I shattered so many relationships and I caused pain wherever I went. And I like my story like that of Jabez in the Bible, the child that causes pain. But today, the story is different. Addiction can affect various aspects of life, including physical health, mental health, and social relationship, and overall well-being. It can involve substances like drugs and alcohol. I think the slide is back. Let me see if I can. Okay. So loss of control. It means that once you're hooked on drugs, you're no more in charge of your life. Now, how many of you want to be in charge of your life? I can see most of the kids are raising up their hands. It is a disastrous setup for you not to be in charge of your life. That means you're just existing. You're not truly living. Every time I have a mentorship program I do in Abuja, and every time I train people, I tell them that you have to start to live, not just exist. Take charge of your life. It means that you're in control, that things don't just happen to you, that you're in control of your existence. And that is what true living is. But when you're on drugs, you're not in charge. You're not coordinated. You can just be sitting down here and somebody calls you and you're off to Kaduna because you're on drugs. Who does that? There is no schedule, not whatsoever. You can just walk into the house and see your brother's laptop and you jack the laptop and you go and sell it. You can drive a car out of the house and you don't come back with the car. That is not how to live. So there was a time in 2015, thereabout, I took my father's Mercedes Benz and I went out to the club with friends. And after taking so much substance, I was on my way back from the club and I was feeling sleepy. And I was speeding because the idea was if I get home quick, the faster I get home, I can get some sleep. So I had to push the car to the limit so that the car will be fast so that I get home on time. Believe you me, that car somersaulted. And after the somersault, I came out of the car, and what I did was that I lit a stick of cigarettes, and I called my friends, and they came to pick me up, and we went back to the hotel. I didn't go home. How do you make such decisions? You just came out of a wrecked car, and the next thing is to go and continue the jaye. Now, that is because the substances that were in charge at that time of my life, that was what they told me to do. So loss of control is a powerful involvement with drugs. Addiction traps you in a relentless cycle of cravings and temporary relief, leaving both your mind and body in disarray. I once found myself unable to function without drugs. It began as a mild habit, but soon spiraled into dependency. The physical grip was overwhelming. I couldn't focus without my fix. Physically, withdrawal triggered headaches, irritability, and fatigue. It was as though my body and mind were fighting over control, each fueling others' demand. Overcoming required patience and deliberate shift in routine, teaching me that addiction alters your core behavior and physiology, demanding intentional effort to reclaim balance. Addiction left me in a state of complete dependency. I couldn't sleep, eat, or function without drugs. My immune system deteriorated, leaving me perpetually sick and pale. With hygiene that was utterly poor, I lost all discipline and integrity, squandered finances recklessly, and avoided meaningful relationships out of shame and lack of confidence. I procrastinated endlessly, resulting to lies, schemes to cope. It was as dark as an isolating experience, where both my body and character were crumbling, a cycle that felt impossible to break until I chose to fight for change. This was my experience. This was my story. It was impossible. So there's something you don't know about addiction. Addiction is like a free fall, where you're not in control and you can't help yourself. You're falling, but you can't catch yourself. That is what addiction feels like. You're in a dark room with walls and no doors that you cannot come out from. That is what addiction feels like. It is a state of perpetual helplessness. And that is why my drive today to create awareness comes from that place where I once found myself. I had suffered over years in that dark place that the smallest light I found, I came out of it and I said, I am not going back to my Egypt. So I want to tell some of the young people here, and I'm happy that most of the people here are school students, right? That, like Baba said, it is not a place to be. They lied to us when they told us it was all fun. It is not fun. It is darkness. It is the abyss. It is a place of terror. We just veil when we're high, we veil. But when we get back into the room and our consciousness, we're in pain and helplessness. And that is not a place to be. The place of helplessness is not a place I wish for my worst enemy. And that is why my partnership with Serenity Royale Hospital to help as many people as possible come out from this dark place. That is what drives me. I am lucky to be one of the few people that made it out. I give all glory to God. And who am I not to give glory to God? I will not come here and take this glory. And God alone takes this glory because He alone helped me come out of this dark place that I found myself. But I tell somebody here today that there is hope, that there is light at the end of the tunnel, that though you may feel helpless, but there is a way to come out of this place, a way that is not pronounced. The Bible says wisdom is profitable to direct, and in all thy gettings get understanding. When you open up to seek help, like Baba said, and you understand the wisdom that brings you out of this dark place, my brother and sister, you will come out from that place where you are. I want to tell someone today that December 15, 2018, one of my egbon was having his wedding, and I went to buy drugs with a friend. And as I took that drugs, because over the years I was tired, the stigmatization, I couldn't achieve anything. I was already tired, but I didn't know how to come out of it. But I had found Christ. So there's a place for spirituality in my paper here where I talk about how to come out from these things through the help of God. And when I found Christ and I started going to Family Worship Center, I found love and joy there. I found peace in that place. And God bless Pastor Wilson Akubo. He came out one Sunday, and he says, try my God for 2 months. And if it doesn't work for you, go back to your old ways. And that very day, I told myself that I will test this God. I would submit myself to God. I will fast and pray. I will read my Bible. And I made a covenant. Thank you very much. So I surrendered myself to God, and I had a covenant with God in 2018. And I said, my covenant was short and simple. I said, Lord, if you bring me out of this dark place, I would forever serve you. Mind you, I'm from a mixed family where I was a Muslim, you know. But I had that covenant with God on a Friday prayer meeting. I said, Lord, bring me out of this dark place. I will forever serve you. I'll use my story and my life as a beacon of hope to help many others. And guess what, Dr. K? God brought me from that dark place. Without rehabilitation, without, I wasn't ill, without help. God was my only vindicator. He was my only help. Because he knew I was fed up. I was tired of that path. So I came out from that place. And as soon as I was out, my life changed. And it changed for good, for greatness. You know, so when I tell people my story, I'd say, I use the power of God to come out from the dark place. Until today, I'm still in God's light. I still serve and worship him. And that is why the fly above the high is in existence today, because I made a covenant with God. And I said I will use my story as a beacon of hope. And that is why the story is what we're telling on this podium today. I am on a crusade to use my personal story as a beacon of hope to guide others from the darkness I once experienced. In 2018, at the critical turning point where I once was, I made a bold decision that transformed my journey for the better. Having been a victim of drug abuse, I intimately understand the pain and helplessness and devastation it brings. During my recovery, I made a solemn covenant with the Lord God Almighty. If He helped me overcome my struggle, I will dedicate my life to support others facing similar challenges. This commitment fuels my passion for raising awareness and offering help to those in need. My goal is to continue this journey for as long as I can, bringing hope and healing to those affected by addiction. My life has profoundly transformed from someone once plagued by low self-esteem to confident and strong, determined individuals. I give God all the glory for wherever I find myself, because without Him, this would not be possible. So I'll talk about a few things that help me stay sober. A few things that help me stay strong and sober. Spirituality, like I made mention, I found God. Until today, I am very close to God. There is nothing I do that I don't put God first. Before this event, myself and Dr. Kunle and my darling wife were here. We had a wonderful prayer session dedicating this event to God, that His will be done. And I believe that that is why I'm not really even following my slide, because while I was praying, I said, Lord, it is not what I know that will come out, that the Holy Spirit will manifest through me, that it is your work we are doing here today, and it is the work of God we're here to do. That this NGO, we do not ask people for contribution. We do it by ourselves. We use our resources to set up all these things. Myself and Dr. Kunle, I want to say give a big shout out to Dr. K, because he has been a wonderful partner. And you know, sometimes you need people like that. And I want to tell you this, Dr. K, in front of 1,000 people here, that there are things I can't do anymore because I am accountable to you. And the point of accountability would come. And you're also a great mentor. So, spirituality, I've talked about that. Role of family. I want to give a shout out to my wonderful wife and awesome children for being a support system. When I mean support system, the reason I'm smiling is that my wife has been a solid woman, a 10 over 10. And before I got married, she was my high school sweetheart in JS1. You know, let me tell this story. Permit me, babe. You know, as per soft guy now, she liked me. I was this happening boy in school. But I'll tell you a funny part of my story. My wife was such a goody-goody that in GS3 I said she couldn't be my friend anymore. Who will tell me why? Because my wife wasn't doing the wrong things. At that time I had joined bad gang. So I was looking for bad girls. I was looking for bad boys that could be my friend. And my wife said, "Oh, if you want me to be sneaking out of my house in the night, I can't do that one. I'm not a bad girl." So I said, "Okay, you be Jew. You don't know what is happening." And I left my wife. And I went into the world, into a place of dismay, into a place of heartbreaks and pain. And when I found myself, I went back to look for my wife. And there she was, waiting for her Prince Charming. And I came through. And at that time, I had found Christ. I had transformed. Of course, my wife knew my Damascus experience. And I didn't hide anything from her. So we rekindled our relationship. And here we are, married for 4 years with 2 wonderful children. And I want to use this opportunity to say a big happy birthday to my baby Zara. Today is my daughter's birthday. And I know why most of my guys are shouting, because they know my relationship with Zara. I am a solid family man. There are 3 things you need to have to be my friend. You need to be a God-fearing person, either a Muslim or a Christian. You need to be a family man, and you need to be successful in your field. If you have 2 of this, you're not worthy to be my friend. If you have 2.5, you're not worthy to be my friend. Because ever since I found myself, I select the people within my circumference. I don't just move aimlessly. I know who I am. So therefore, I tell somebody today struggling that you can turn your life around. I was the most unlikely person to succeed. There's this story I will tell. when growing up, we stayed in an estate in Abuja, a very big estate, one of the most popular estates. So we usually go outside the gate to smoke. So one afternoon, I was going out to smoke with a friend, and the mother was driving in. And when she got to the gate, she saw me and her son. She created a scene. She came out of her car and she said, you're with Abu, you will die. He will kill you. Hey, she started crying. Even the security men at the gate were patting me on the back. And their words were, she no be God. And that day was one of the turning points in my life. I went back to the place where I do smoke, and I was still smoking and I was crying. And I said, I no be thief, I no be armed robber. Why would they treat me like this? And I was crying. Fast forward to a few years later, I had found myself. I was doing well in the real estate sector. I went to an office to see the MD of one big developing firm in Abuja who is my close friend. As I came out from his office, I saw this woman and her friend stepping in. And bless God that day I was wearing my most expensive suit. If you see the suit, hi. And as I met the woman, she said, she was talking to one guy, the staff there, and she was like, Abubakar, you work here. The guy now said, Ma, you know this guy? You will get the discount you want. The MD listens to him. She said, I know him. He is my son. And that was a testimony. That few years ago, the person that told the son not to be my friend, all of a sudden became my mother. That is what it is all about. Turning your life around. I'll tell you today, not from a place of pride, but the place of awareness that I know who I am. That there is nobody around me that won't be proud to be associated with me because I have rediscovered myself. In my quest and my achievement, I have trained over 200 external marketers. I have made multimillionaires in the real estate sector. I have 80 conventional staffs that take salary every month. I pay more than 80 people monthly. I have, at my site, I have over 190 laborers working for me. So I'm creating a powerful ecosystem. And since 2018 till today, I was the MD of Mubdab Homes and now the Vice Chairman of Mubdab Homes. I was the MD of Dhabi Apartments and now the Chairman of Dhabi Apartments. I am the Group MD of Elysium Trust Holding, the Vice President of Recovery Network Advocacy, and the founder and proprietor of the Feed the Needy initiative, creating companies that are worth billions today. That is because I found myself. Creating jobs and employment because where I once was, I made the conscious effort to come out from that dark place. I'll tell you today that everything I've achieved came from one decision and one decision alone, that after God Almighty, to stay sober. And since 2018, I tell you, I've not put a drop of alcohol on my tongue. I've not held a stick of cigarettes. I've not held a stick of marijuana. I've not held drugs. In my early days of recovery, doctor, I thought that maybe because I don't get money to afford my high, but now I can buy a pharmacy. But I am here sober and strong. See, I'm not in the covenant with God that I will use my story as a beacon of hope, and that is just what I'm doing. And I want somebody sitting there today to look and say, I want to be like that guy that turned his misery into strength, that turned his darkness into light, that I will suffer no more. When I train my people in the office, I tell them about the importance of self-discovery, personal development. I have groomed myself to be a fine gentleman, and that is what I will portray to the world. I was the child that my mom used to cry about every day. My father was so disappointed, crying every day. My father used to come and bail me from police station like they used to go and pick children from school because I had given up. The point where stigmatization got me to was that I had accepted that I was a failure. So I wasn't even afraid. I could light a stick of marijuana in this room without giving a damn who is sitting here because I had given up. But by the time I recovered myself and I came out from that dark place, I had transformed over time. And I'll tell you today, recently I just bought my mom and my dad a car, which is my mom's second car. My mom is traveling abroad with me on the 4th of next month with my mother-in-law and my family. This was the child that was a terror. All of a sudden, became the chief cornerstone. So, time will not permit to tell my story. I'm talking about 12 years of experience. If they were to give certificates in that lifestyle, Dr. K, which one do you think they'll give me? PhD is learning. You know? But I can only laugh about it today because I had come out from that place I once was. Like I said, the woman who stigmatized me later came to be my mother. And today she's very much proud of me. Success story. I became a very consistent member of Family Worship Center. And I also want to use this opportunity to thank Pastor Sarah Omako for making that place a safe haven for people like me. People that didn't have hope. That we came to Family Worship Center and we found a family church. And Family Worship Center taught me how to be a perfect family man. And today, I enjoy this development. I also want to thank Pastor Wilson Akubo for being my big brother and mentor. He has always had time to listen to my cries. And also, Pastor Unduka Achumba. I want to tell someone today that the shortest cut to success is through mentorship. I have many mentors, but I would mention one today who has laid bricks of success upon my life. MOK, Mr. Okulola Kayode. And most of my team knows him. A good man. A good man. And he's part of the success of my story today. In my quest to become a successful real estate businessman, he taught me most of the things I know today. And I bless him. And I say that God continue to open doors for him for being a solid mentor behind me. The boy that was once the most unlikely to succeed rebranded and invested in himself to build a multi-billion naira company that is today a landmark to many. The stone which the builder rejected, the same becomes the head cornerstone. This is the Lord's doing, and it is marvelous in our eyes. Matthew 21:42. In conclusion, the journey of recovery is a transformative process that not only restores life, but also reveals strength and purpose previously hidden by pain. As the Apostle Paul wrote, "For when I am weak, then I am strong." 2 Corinthians 12:10. This verse underscores the paradox of healing, that in embracing our vulnerability, we discover the true resilience. Similarly, Frederick's words remind us that which does not kill us makes us stronger, emphasizing that the struggle shapes us into more capable and purposeful individuals. Recovery is not the end, but a continuous journey of growth, rediscovery, and impact. Our greatest story is not in never falling, but in rising up every time we fall. As Confucius so amply put it, every setback faced along the way becomes a stepping stone towards a comeback, reinforcing the truth in Proverbs 24:16. For though the righteous fall 7 times, they rise again. As we turn pain into purpose and challenges into triumphs, let us remember that healing extends beyond ourselves. It inspires others, creating a ripple effect of hope and transformation. By walking this path, we fulfill a greater purpose, echoing the word of Jesus in Matthew 5:16. Let your light shine before others, that they may see your good deeds and glorify your Father in heaven. And that is what my life has become. That the good deeds I will do will glorify my Father in heaven. And he alone will take all the glory. Your decision to recover is a bold declaration that change is possible. A light that guides others from darkness to hope. As you continue this journey, may this truth empower and uplift you. Proving that recovery is not only possible, but also profoundly rewarding. But before I go, I personally have achieved more from my recovery than anybody else. I enjoy more of my recovery than anybody else. Before I make somebody, so God uses me to make somebody, God has given me the capacity. So somebody here, either a Muslim or a Christian, right? Go to the Lord God Almighty and he will liberate you. There is nothing too hard for God to do. My story is just but a sign that God heals. That on this podium today, before I go, that there is a mother here that is struggling with her son or daughter. I want you to have hope. There is a sister that is disappointed in her brother. I want you to continue to show love. That there is a boy or a girl here that is struggling with addiction. I want you to be hopeful. That there is hope and there is change. Thank you very much. And have a wonderful, awesome presentation. God bless you all. And we hope to see change after this.
Thank you, Dr. Abubakar. Please put your hands together for him. You could see passion, you could see hope in that delivery. Please put your hands together for Dr. Abubakar Salam. Thank you very much. Okay, please, before we go to the next speaker, which is Mrs. Ayola Adeola, the representative of the Commissioner of Education, Science and Technology, Ogun State. We want to request that the teachers instruct the students to sit in the hall, please, so that we can minimize movement. Thank you, please. With a round of applause, please let's welcome the representative of the Commissioner of Education, Ogun State, Mrs. Ayola Adeola, for a keynote speech. Thank you, ma'am. Please keep clapping, keep clapping, keep clapping. Don't get tired of clapping for her. Come on, come on, come on. Thank you, thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, I would like to say good afternoon to the father of the day, in absentia, Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, for gracing the occasion. I equally want to say good afternoon to the convener of this important conference, Fly Above the High Conference 2024, for deeming it fit to bring this kind of mass. Distinguished guests, too numerous for me to mention, amiable guest speakers, esteemed learners here present, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen, I want to sincerely apologize on behalf of the Honorable State Commissioner for Education, Professor Abayomi Haribabu, for unavoidably absent due to exigencies of assignment he has. I'm here representing his interest at today's conference, and I have a short address to be delivered today. Here is his address. I feel highly honored to be invited to deliver an address at this great occasion, where we are to orientate our youth on the dangers of drug abuses and social vices. I want to state here that the Fly Above the High Conference 2024 is apt in time. I want to congratulate the convener of this great event, Fly Above the High Conference. The time of life, when one is young, often means the time between childhood and adulthood. Youth is divine as the appearance, freshness, vigor, spirit, etc., the characteristics of one who is young. Youth can be referred to as the time of the life when one is young. This involves childhood and the time of life which is neither childhood and adulthood. Around the world, youth, adolescent, teenager, young person, and interchangeable, often meaning the same thing, but they are occasionally differentiated. Youth can be referred to as the time of life when one is young. This involves childhood and the time of the life which is neither a childhood and adulthood. According to the United Nations, youth is defined as person between the ages of 15 and 24 years. And I want to believe the congregation here, we have majority of our learners that fall in between that age brackets. It is the time of a person's life in which he or she makes choices which can affect his or her future. In Nigeria, youth include all members of the Federal Republic of Nigeria aged between 18 and 35 years. It is rare to find a school, a community, or an institution devoid of social vices. And we all know what vices are. Vice is defined as a bad habit or immoral activities. Social vices are bad traits, unhealthy and negative behavior that are against the morality of a society and frowned at by members of the society. Examples of such vices include indecent dressings among our youth, cultism, pocket picking, drug abuse, which we are emphasizing on today. For instance, taking of hard drugs such as tramadol, codeine, and so forth and so. Drug addiction, uses of marijuana is also part of it. Examination practice, we tag that one to be social vices, under social vices. Hooliganism, thuggery, gambling, smoking, alcoholism, murder, premarital sexual activities, and rape. There are numerous factors responsible for the social vices. They include peer pressure among the youth, parental negligence, broken home, lack of parental care, supervision, lack of supervision, lack of attention, not exclusively breastfed, breakdown of the extended family system, lack of a strong parent and child relationship, youth unemployment, lack of religious education, negative sides of technology also is an effect. This effect of these social vices can be seen among the users. For instance, teenagers involved in taking alcohol we can have them showing all these signs, all these vices, all these evil vices that I mentioned of. For instance, a learner involved in drug taking, in alcohol taking, such as cocaine, such as tramadol, marijuana, etc. All these things are illegal drink alcohol. And we all know in Nigeria, alcohol, we do not expect young teenagers to take alcohol. You have it written boldly on it that anybody that wants to take alcohol, even cigarettes, should be above 18 years. And we believe at that stage of their life, they can take decision on their own. But it is not meant for people below that age bracket. Young persons who drink alcohol are more likely to be victims of violent crime, have serious problems in school, be involved in drink-related road accidents. Similarly, the mental, physical, academic, and moral aspects of the individual will be affected negatively. problem with memory and learning distorted perception, sight, sound, time, and touch, trouble with thinking and problem solving, loss of coordination and increased heart rates are also side effects of taking alcohol. Others include poor academic performance, consequently dropping out of school, the deterioration in the health of the users of hard drugs, mental disorder, sexual transmitted infection, teenage pregnancy, abortion, etc., etc. The image of the family can also be tarnished. I want to believe we as a teenager, we would not want to destroy the name of our family. So in that case, I want to urge us to desist from taking all these drugs, taking alcohol, because we know that it will not do you any good rather than harm. Consequently, we have to look at the consequences of social vices, all the social vices that we've mentioned. Consequences of social vices can also affect the society image, leading to insecurity that we have all around us. Investors and foreigners become scared of us to invest in the country, leading to fewer industries and companies. Unemployment. Thus, the vicious cycle continue leading to inhibition of growth and development. Let's now look at the solution. What are those things that we can do to guide away all these things? Majorly, the parents, the teachers, the guardian, we have a great work to do in order to assist our learners, our teenagers, in growing into an adult that will be useful to the society. We have to establish, as a parent, we have to establish a loving, trusting relationship with our children. Even it is not only limited to the parents also, the teachers also. Because we look at our teachers as the role model to these learners. And they spent quite some hours with us in our various schools. We expect that our teachers, the school administrators, they should show love to this learner so that the learner can confide in them in case they have any challenge or the other. So we should be loving, we should also have a trusting relationship with all our students. As a parent also, we also want to indulge that you have to talk honestly to our children. You establish a loving, trusting relationship, then you have to create that room for them to be able to open up to us, to tell us. Because we have some learners that will have one or two things to tell their parents, to tell their guardians. But because we are not creating that loving relationship with them, they will find it difficult to tell us. Rather, they will go outside to seek for advice, which is not good for their development. Also, as a parent, we should also have rules about teenage drinking and establish consequences. We should also set a good example regarding our own alcohol use and your response to teenage drinking. We should also encourage our children to develop healthy friendship and other alternatives to drinking. We should also know the warning sign of a teenager. As a parent, we should be vigilant to see if the character of our children have changed. If you study your children very well, you should be able, as a good parent, as a good guardian, as a good teacher, as a good guardian and counselor in our various schools, you should be able to identify a deviant in the behavior of a learner so that you can easily give one assistant or the other before it is too late for that learner. Then we also need to look at the mood changes. As a guardian and counselor here present, we should also be watchful of the mood changes of our learners in our various schools. Though in the state we are trying so much to ensure that all our guardian and counselors units in our various schools are upgraded. And we have the intention of absorbing guardian and counselors to be deployed to all our schools so as to complement the effort of the school administrators. So the teachers that are still functioning as guardian and counselor, we want to urge you to please look out for that mood changes in our learners so as to nip it in the bud in case we have any one of them that want to deviate. So one thing I would want us to go home with today is that the general belief that we all have is that when you take a hard drug, it makes you high. Like the two presenters have rightly said, as a student, we want you to fly above the high. So you should take that home. You should strive and fly above the high by excelling in your academics, by gaining admission into higher institutions. And that is why in all our schools, we have this NDLEA club that we formed in all our school. We've collaborated with NDLEA to have this club established in all our schools. And I want to assure the convener of this conference that in the States, we would strive as much as possible from our hand to ensure that the use of hard drug is lower to the lowest minimum. We want to assure you that. And we want to assure you also that our learners have been engaged, because we all know it is only when these learners are not fully engaged that they think of doing something else, like taking hard drug and some other things. In our curriculum have been so developed to be enriched in such a way that the learners are fully occupied with so many activities that will engage them positively. Thank you very much for your rapt attention.
Thank you, ma'am. Please a round of applause for her as she leaves. Thank you. Now, like I said earlier, we want all participants, especially the students, to remain in the hall. This is actually for you. So, and you need to, I believe you are penning down some things to go back on. Well, some of the things I picked here. Number one is to be sincere with yourself. What are your weaknesses? Who are your friends? Be sincere. Take charge of your life. Your life is yours, so you need to take charge of it. And also there's a place of spirituality. Be connected to God. If you need help, go to God, like the MD, CEO, Dr. Abubakar said. So you stay close to God and be sincere. I need help. Then make yourself accountable. Like he made himself accountable, or he has made himself accountable to Dr. Kunle. So you make yourself accountable either to your counselor, either to your parents, either to your imam or your pastor or older friend around you. And also find yourself. Find yourself. Who are you? What are your abilities? What are the things that trigger you to do these things? The vices. Find yourself. And lastly, make the decision to take the step. And you will make it achievable. Right now, the media, I believe the media is ready to give us the interlude. Is the media ready?
Getting a mortgage loan from the Family Homes Fund to cover the rest. Disbursed in just 2 months. This is the good news from Dhabi City. Through the Help to Own initiative in partnership with AG Mortgage, Family Homes Fund, and the Federal Mortgage Bank, you can access up to 35 million naira using the mortgage scheme, with a 20 years repayment period and the lowest interest rate on the market. Owning a home has never been this affordable. Welcome to the future of Abuja's real estate development. Dhabi City. This prime development is a collaboration with top developers like Joe Data and the Nigerian Army, creating a modern city that spread across 45 hectares, strategically located just before the Ibu train station and Kairos Hub Estate. This project is only a 25 minutes drive from the central business district And with the new access road we are creating, it is just a 7 minutes away from the Now University. With state-of-the-art amenities like a gym, a swimming pool, and a well-paved road, Dhabi Edo City is more than just a residential estate. It's a lifestyle upgrade. Real estate is where value meets growth. Currently, we are selling off plan and prices are set to increase by another 20% by December. Early investors can expect a 40 to 45% return on investment in the shortest possible time. These prices are angelic, a true blessing for those who invest early. Choose from our range of house types, including 2 and 3 bedroom blocks of flats, 3 and 4 bedroom terrace duplexes, and 4 bedroom fully detached duplexes. Our team is committed to delivering homes with speed. We are proud to be among the fastest developers in Abuja, with full development control approval and a reputation for speed and quality. Dhabi Edo City stands as a symbol of value, vision, and opportunity in Nigerian real estate. Dhabi Edo City, where vision, speed, and value comes together to create the future of Nigerian housing. Secure your future in this city today. Visit our website at www.nigab.com.
Welcome to Serenity Royale Hospital. Your health comes first. At Serenity Royale Hospital, our doctors have decades of experience and our staff are friendly and caring. Our services are drug abuse treatment and rehabilitation, general medical practices, neurology, physiotherapy, psychological medicine, 24/7 emergency care, and trust in medical services to a team who cares for the treatment you deserve. Our addresses are number 10 Royal Homes Estate, Galadimawa, Abuja, and number 11 Ali Amodu Close, behind CBN Quarters, Karu, Abuja. For inquiries, call 080-6219-7384 or 081-1689-1990, and you can also visit our website at www.serenityroyalhospital.com. Follow us on all our social media handles displayed on your screen.
Imagine your family living in a place with everything they need: a children's playground, a swimming pool, a fully equipped gym, and a luxurious spa. Welcome to Lara's Court, located at Lokogoma. This estate redefines family living. It is just 3 minutes away from the largest hospital in Africa, which is set to be commissioned by the end of next year. It is just 25 minutes drive to the Abuja Central Business District. It is not just an estate, it's a community where family values thrive, a place where you would want your children to grow. Choose from our various house types: 3 bedroom blocks of flats, 4 bedroom terrace duplex, and 4 bedroom semi-detached duplex. Lara's Court will be ready for you to move by the second quarter of next year, with a beautiful water fountain, a playground for the children. Lara's Court offers a peaceful and secure environment where families can create lasting memories. Welcome to Lara's Court, the family estate that redefines luxury living in Abuja, a place where the family future begins. For more information, visit our website at www.dhabylimited.com or call the numbers displayed on your screen.
Okay, thank you very much. You're welcome back to the hall. Right about now, we'll be receiving the next keynote speaker in the person of Dr. Kunle Adesina. A round of applause for him, please. Dr. Kunle Adesina is the President, Recovery Advocacy Network. Keep clapping, keep clapping while he comes. Keep clapping. Come on. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. And I hope you've been having a great time here. Thank you for your patience so far. And I know that the remaining parts of this program will be worthwhile. I will encourage every one of us to write down our questions. I know there are burning questions in our heart, especially the learners, the youths. So we can write down our questions. There will be a panel discussion afterwards where we will be taking all our questions, queries, and then, of course, contribution. I will be taking us in the next few minutes on empowering change, a guide to effective intervention options in addiction recovery. Can I have my slide displayed, please? Empowering change, a guide to effective intervention options in addiction recovery. Okay, I'm going to follow this outline from introduction to conclusion. Okay, good. Addiction is defined as a chronic relapsing disorder of the brain that is characterized by compulsive use of psychoactive substances despite obvious, grievous, adverse consequences. You know, this definition is carefully crafted for you to know and note what each of the keywords in this definition really means. A chronic disorder. I'm happy the former president of the country has explained what chronic illnesses are for us. Of course, Baba used diabetes as an example. So addiction is in the class of chronic illnesses. And one of the characteristics of chronic illnesses is their ability to wax and wane. Waxing stronger when you are tired of managing, waning when you are actively managing. That is, if I am diabetic now, if I have changed my lifestyle, of course the first mode of care in management of diabetes, for instance, is lifestyle modification. True or false? True or false? So I watch my diet, I watch what I take, I do exercises, I use my medications, I go for my doctor's consultation time. What happens to my blood sugar? It goes down. It goes down as though the diabetes is no longer there. And I continue to consciously manage this condition for the rest of my life. If I've done years or 10 years and I got tired of managing my condition, oh, now I can eat junks, I can take any drink like every other person, I'm not even minding my doctor's prescriptions again, I'm not using my medications again, what happens to my diabetes? It's wax stronger, as though I have never managed it before. Addiction is in this class of illnesses, a chronic disorder that has the potential of relapses if you are not consciously managing. And then, of course, Dr. Abba has explained the compulsive nature of addiction and how drug takes over the whole architecture of the brain. So this can result from impairment in school, work, social and recreational, or other important aspects of function. So effective management should focus on prevention. Prevention. Because treatment is achievable but very difficult. Recovery is possible, but it has to be intentional, and it is not easy. And that is why we want to focus on this level of prevention, because our best bet is to prevent this disorder from happening in the first place. Okay, the next slide is not moving from here. Okay, good. So I'm going to talk about the levels of prevention. Of course, if you look at the first upper part, left upper part, you talk about the aim, the target population and the examples of intervention that we are talking about. The first most important level is the primordial level of prevention. At this level of prevention, all efforts should be focused on legislation, on us creating an ecosystem that will prevent the emergence of risk factors, creating a beautiful system for our society that will even deter a risk factor from coming into place. You can see the beautiful estate displayed by Dhabi Apartments. You can see the serenity, the peace and serenity in Lara's court. Of course, creating a beautiful living environment that children does not have to be at risk at all. And then our government agencies now legislating, putting laws in place that will not make substances to be available for the population. Of course, the target population is the whole population, and the level of intervention is legislation. Of course, the primary level of prevention, there's already, this is the prevention of disease by managing existing risk factors. For instance, we are targeting people at risk, school children that are at risk of developing this condition or going to substance use. We target them at the primary level of prevention. And in this case, sensitization programs like this to tell people that your best bet is for you not to start at all. That is the control you have. By the time your brain is rewired, you are no longer in control, and the outcome cannot even be determined by anyone. Outcome becomes very, very difficult. And at this primary level of prevention, we target the young population, students in the house, youth, for them to know that I don't have to experiment with my brain. Instead, I need to learn from people that have experimented with theirs and the outcome they got from it. That creates an awareness for me not to venture into substance use. At the secondary level of prevention, this calls for early detection and treatment of symptoms of disease to prevent significant disease impact. Now, I've experimented. Now, I have tested. Then, I shout for help. In this case, we are now encouraging schools, government agencies to make drug screening routine as part of our curriculum. Just like there's dental care in secondary school or in primary school, children are resuming their schools, the dentists come to check their teeth. The same way, children should be screened intermittently and continuously for substance use. So here, we can be able to detect early, because early detection also will determine the prognosis, the outcome of this condition. So, the target population are people with subclinical symptoms, individuals I've tested, and now I'm running to my psychologist, I'm running to my counselor, I'm running to someone to be able to open up to, and we are catching them quite early. Now, the tertiary level of prevention, treatment of established disease with its resultant complications. At this tertiary level of prevention, disease is already fully established. The complications are there. Now, what we want to now do is the resultant complication to prevent long-term significant disability and death. Now, symptomatic individuals. Life has become unmanageable for me. I can now not manage myself. Not to manage the family company or the family business or anything. But now at this tertiary level, I can no longer manage myself. And the intervention options here is medical treatment and rehabilitation. And this is one of the most important indications for hospital admission. Now, what are the approaches here? In the etiological causation of addiction itself, we know there is a model the biopsychosocial model of causation. That before an individual will come down with substance use disorder, there must be a biological factor, a psychological factor, and a social component of causation. The same way, if we must approach and manage this condition properly, we must use the biopsychosocial model of care. Recently, mental health physicians have added spiritual model of care. And I know that people will be surprised that we are in a scientific forum and we are talking about this. But there's the biological care, the psychological care, the social, and the spiritual aspect of addiction recovery. So, let me go to the next slide. Treating a behavioral disorder must go beyond just fixing the chemistry. We need to treat the whole person, spirit, soul, and body. So, we use pharmacological agents, medication during detoxification, other medical services, then behavioral therapies, social services, incorporated into the care for this person to be able to come out of addiction. I've explained this. Good. Now, if you remember the first presentation, how addiction rewires the brain, we know that once the diagnosis of substance use disorder is made, this person's brain can no longer undo any form of psychoactive substances, either alcohol, cigarettes, no matter how little it is. So our emphasis and focus is on total abstinence. Now, I will just run through the principles of effective drug management. This is from the National Institute of Drug Management. Addiction is a complex but treatable disease that affects the function of the brain. We know that already. There's no single treatment that is appropriate for everyone. This is what makes treatment to be challenging. It's not like malaria that, oh, if all of us have malaria in this hall, we can all use the same anti-malaria and we get true or false. True or false. But in addiction, there's no known treatment. There's no one treatment that works for everybody. Now, treatments has to be individualized and it has to be customized for each person suffering from addiction. And you know from the last statistics, we have about 40.3 million people in the country with one form of problem or the other. Number 3, let's go. Treatment, of course, needs to be readily available and accessible. Many a times, the treatment might be available but not accessible. There might be levels of constraints, even financial constraint, because treatment is also not cheap. And this creates a constraint. Of course, effective treatment attends to the multiple needs of individual, not just his or her drug abuse. Number 5, remaining in treatment for an adequate period of time is critical to recovery. In fact, people have come and thought that, oh, addiction can be managed like a magical approach. Doctor, just give one injection and my son will forget about this addiction. It is not like that. No shortcut to recovery. The time that must be invested into your recovery must be invested, and remaining in treatment for that period of time makes the outcome to be more favorable. Behavioral therapies, including family therapy, are all incorporated into treatment. Medication, that's medical detoxification, is part of the treatment. And run through all of these, and we can see that all of this creates the baseline principle for effective drug treatment plan or management. And you can see how cumbersome it is, that it's better not to have started than to want to go through the route of treatment. Now, I will introduce you to drug rehabilitation programs, because I know that most people are naive when it comes to this, especially in this part of the world. Now, drug rehabilitation is a medical and psychotherapeutic treatment process that is used to enable individuals overcome addiction and become a normal and productive member of the society. Of course, drug rehabilitation addresses the physical, the psychological needs of these patients, and it can be inpatient care where you have 24 hours care of this patient. It can be outpatient rehabilitation programs, short stay options, extended care centers, sober houses. There are extended care centers in developed countries where people are kept in a facility for a very long period of time because their brain requires that length of time for them to come out of their drug use. Now, inpatient treatment is best accomplished by when physicians and nurses are available round the clock to ensure a safe withdrawal from alcohol and other drugs. Detoxification alone is ineffective. This is from the National Institute on Drug Abuse, because parents have come, they say, oh, doctor, just detoxify him. Within 1 or 2 weeks, then he will be able to go out and continue his life. No. Detox alone is not effective in the management of substance use disorder. Of course, it is followed by medication and behavioral therapies, followed by relapse prevention plans that gives more favorable outcomes. Eliminating physical dependence may involve the use of chemical antagonists or blockers. Of course, all of these are the complexities we do during detoxification process, where you have to give the antidotes of those substances that the individual abuses. Drug rehabilitation programs attempt to teach the patient new method of interacting in a drug-free environment. Okay, these are all the processes that is taken during admission protocol or process, which I won't bore you with. Next slide, please. Okay, now, I think we can just discuss the modern trend in addiction recovery. Just like what Baba said earlier, that there's no known drug for the cure of diabetes. People are still doing lots of researches. Of course, the same thing with addiction. But because we know that about 40 to 60% of substance use disorder is largely genetic. There is the genetic composition of addiction. That is, this is what explains why Mr. A becomes an addict and Mr. B tasted the same substance and did not get addicted to it. Genetics. Now, because of this, scientists are now going to gene therapies, and these are being developed, being experimented on. The one gene therapy being tested in mice generates antibodies that traps methamphetamine, preventing it from reaching the brain. In another, mice transplanted with genetically modified skin cells make an enzyme that degenerates cocaine. All of these are still in the lab. They are still at the experimental stage. But this hopes to be the future of treatment in addiction recovery setting, where you will be able to take an injection or a vaccine that will genetically change the way your brain responds to those chemicals. But of course, this modern trend is not yet available. Let's go to the next slide. Can you change the slide for me, please? Good. Addiction vaccines is also a promising novel approach. Functions by stimulating the body's immune response to specific addictive substances, thereby reducing their effect. This is also still at the developmental stage, hoping that one day there will be a vaccine that will be given that your brain will not respond to a psychoactive substance again. For example, cocaine and nicotine vaccines are currently in clinical trials, potentially reducing the rewarding effect of these substances and thereby mitigating cravings and relapse. Is somebody happy about that? Is somebody happy about that? Yes, but of course, it's not yet developed. It's still in the lab. Do we understand? Good. Next slide, please. Okay, good. Virtual reality therapies is part of treatment protocols, a modern trend where VRT immerses the patient in a simulated environment, allowing them to confront their addictive behaviors in a safe and controlled setting, which simulates the environment of drug use while in treatment. And this virtual reality therapy has really helped a lot of people in projecting their mind on how their brain respond to the slightest cravings that come from their dependency. Gamification in treatment. This approach leverages the engaging nature of gaming to stimulate motivation and promote patients' behavioral change. By turning aspects of treatment into game-like scenarios, patients are incentivized to engage more actively with their recovery processes. I know that at our center, Fridays, we call them Sober Fridays at the center, where we try to create games that will take our mind away from our addiction, and by so doing stimulating the brain to be able to respond to fight the substance use disorder. Telemedicine, it's all over now. Of course, us now seeing patients, distance is no longer a barrier in the management of our patients. Clients all over the country can be managed, can continue their psychotherapy sessions even despite the fact that they are miles away. And this has really improved outcome of treatment. In conclusion, advancements in addiction medicine are progressively reshaping the landscape of treatment options, providing more personalized, practical solutions. Of course, pharmacological innovations, behavioral therapies, and technological interventions are emerging as multifaceted approaches. Introducing holistic and alternative therapies like telemedicine services, neurofeedback techniques also contribute to more thorough approach. The future of addiction medicine is promising, with an increasing focus on individualized, holistic, technology-driven treatment. Full recovery, though a challenge, but it is possible. Can you tell someone, recovery is possible? Can you tell someone that recovery is possible? But prevention is better than all. Thank you very much. Thank you for your rapt attention.
All right, put your hands together for Dr. Kunle Additional. Recovery is possible. Recovery is possible. So immediately now we are going into the roundtable questioning and answering. So you will be asking questions and we'll be having answers. Like the last speaker said, that you should pen down every question you want to ask. There will be a time for the collection of all these questions, and then they will be attended to. So, one of the points I picked from the last speech is, number one, recovery is possible. Recovery is intentional. Recovery is a step-by-step process. You can't jump into recovery. So you need to understand that you can get back to where you were. Okay? You can be clean and never go back there. Just like also what Dr. Abubakar said, he had the experience for 12 years, and from then till now and forever, is doing fine. Doing great things. You can see the video. So you too, you can do that. Say, I can do that. So you can do that, but you need to decide. You need to decide. So I will invite one minute. Okay, I will invite Mr. Samuel Ajayi, the Executive Director of Mudbad Homes Limited, to anchor this session. A round of applause for him, please.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, everybody. Of the greatest Nigerian student, okay, so we'll be moving straight forward to the question and answer section, and I would like to invite Dr. Kunle on stage. Can we put our hands together for Dr. Kunle? We can do that better. All right. Quickly, we would also like to invite Dr. Sam Abba. Can we put our hands together for Dr. Sam? All right. Let's also make welcome Dr. Abubakar Salami. As you can see, we have 3 doctors on stage. Okay, if your hands are not too busy, put your hands together for Dr. Abiola. Bisola or Babiola? Biola, thank you, madam. Sorry. Please, let's do that better. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is the most interesting part of this event. We would like to take your questions. And if you have any, I'm sure you have your books. You can just take your question down and we'll read your question, and the panels would definitely do justice to it. Are we good with that? Okay. Have you taken down your questions? Please, if you have a question, let me see your hands. Okay, so the protocol team have the questions be collected to me. Please, protocol. I need people to pick those questions. Fast. See people here. Okay, let me have at least first 5. We can start with that. Please, if you have your questions, just raise your hands. The protocol team will come to you, and we can pick it from there. All right, thank you. Can we have extra mic? Okay, the first question, and I would like Dr. Sam to handle that. Just don't worry, sir. Okay, the question goes this. How can you talk to an addict? How can you talk to an addict? Please come to the stage. That's the question, sir.
Well, that question to me, I think, is incomplete. Who is the one talking to the addict? Is it a family member talking to an addict, a doctor talking to an addict, or a friend talking to an addict? If you are a friend, you talk to an addict like your friend and tell him what he's doing is not right, but there is help for him. And the purpose of talking to him is not to pull him down, but to let him know that even though he has made the mistake, there is help for him. And you are ready to support him to get help so that he can get out of it. If it's the family, the same atmosphere, that's what the family is supposed to create. Like former president told us, you create an atmosphere where you are not condemning the individual, because the truth is the individual knows he has a problem. And whatever he's doing is because he's an addict. And addiction simply means he has lost control. So you help him to get back on track by discussing with him openly, knowing where his challenges are, and guiding him to where help can be found. Being supportive. Then if it's a doctor talking to an addict, he's only trying to bring him on the path of recovery. So talking to an addict depends on who is talking to the addict. But the baseline is don't be judgmental, don't be condemning. Offer help to bring the person to the place where solution can be found.
Can we put our hands together for Dr. Sam? Please, I would like to state this clearly. Don't be too carried away with the launch. It's better we pay attention to these questions. It's very important. Okay, I'll take the second question, and I would like Dr. Adeshina to answer the question. Why is it that the first day people taste the drug, they will not want to stop? Why is it that the first day people taste the drug, they will not want to stop?
Okay, thank you very much. That why is it that the first time people taste a substance, then they don't want to stop? Of course, that is the beginning of addiction. There are stages to development of addiction. And the first stage is the experimental stage, where people casually taste a substance to a point that it now becomes repeatedly, the substance is being repeatedly used, maybe with friends, in gatherings, and all of that. By the time addiction is setting in, this person now uses the substance even on his own, without his peers or his friends around. And then, of course, the last stage is when there's full-blown addiction. So, to reframe that question, it's not all substances that the day you taste it is the day you'll be addicted to it. In fact, there are stages that the person will follow. But we know that there are some psychoactive substances that have the addictive potency, that one shot or one exposure to those substances is enough to make the person dependent on them. Do we understand? Of course, that now explains Dr. Abba's slide about the restructuring and the rewiring of the brain. That the reward system of the brain is hijacked, and this person now chases the chemical, chases the natural, the chemical high, instead of the high of achievement, of progress, and of success. Thank you very much.
Can we put an Instagram for Dr. Adeshina? Moving forward, the next question to Dr. Abubakar Salami. And the question goes thus. I am an I am an. Okay, I think I would have to restructure the question. I'm an addicted person to paracetamol. It takes every day, and I cannot do a day without taking it. What steps should I take or do I need urgent medical attention?
Okay, being addicted to paracetamol is a bit different. It's a whole new different ballgame. And I think that question should go to the professionals, Dr. K. I have to redirect this to Dr. Kunde. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Abubakar Salami.
Okay, of course, what is addiction, we have explained it severally. Once you find yourself using any drug that is not prescribed by certified medical practitioner, then you are abusing the drug. Do we understand? Be it paracetamol or alabukun or lacasera or anything or tom-tom that you are using without the prescription of a doctor, then you are abusing it. So you need medical attention. Why? Because acetaminophen that is in paracetamol is a major toxin to the liver. In fact, it's one of the commonest cause of hepatocellular carcinoma in our environment. So by the time you are exposing your liver to this, then you know that you are already destroying your liver. Having that information, and you cannot but still use the paracetamol, makes you an addict, and you need medical attention. And then the doctors will determine the level of care that will be provided for you. Thank you very much.
Okay, let's put our hands together for Dr. Adeshina. Okay, so this question directed to Dr. Mrs. Bisola, if I'm correct. Abiola. Okay, thank you. So how does physiotherapist work in line with medicine and recovery? Should I go again? All right, I think the person means psychotherapist. How does psychotherapist work in line with medicine and recovery?
Thank you very much for that question. One thing about management of individuals with addiction is you have to use a multi-dimensional approach in the management. Despite the fact you are prescribing medications for that individual, it's usually not enough because it's a holistic approach. There are other things that are actually involved. Psychotherapy is actually very essential for you, both group psychotherapy sessions as well as individual psychotherapy sessions. They help you understand the reason, the root cause of the problem. You can't just give medications without understanding what the genesis or the root cause of the problem is, so that you can actually provide lasting solutions to it. What was the trigger for that individual to use? What were those circumstances surrounding that person using at that point in time? If those things are not addressed during psychotherapy sessions and you're just placing on medications blindly, they will actually not work or give the person a lengthy recovery that is required for that individual. So psychotherapy sessions are very important. Even after discharge, as an outpatient, you need to continue your psychotherapy sessions, because there are events that will occur that will need you to talk to your psychotherapist or your mental health physician, which will help you manage that particular thing properly, rather than just relying on just medications. And recovery in its own has to do with you changing a lot of things. It has to do with changing your attitude, has to do with changing your behaviors. So psychotherapy will actually help you manage that aspect as well and help you further in your recovery. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Mrs. Can we put our hands together for her? Okay, the next question to Dr. Abubakar Salami specified. Specifically to you, sir. That was what was written, specified. Dr. Abubakar Salami, why is it that the companies selling these drugs are not banned? Are they above the law?
So, I didn't want to go into politics, but I think I need to touch it. The kind of questions I've been getting, but I need to answer. So all over the world, right, there are separatist sects. Right? Thrive from crime. You understand? They thrive in peddling the abnormal things, the things that are not right. They're on the wrong side. And most of the times, that's what we've been talking about. When the frontal cortex, if I'm right, is destroyed, right, you make irrational decisions. Like myself and Dr. Kunle, we can't stand up today to say we want to sell drugs. You understand me? But there are people that have been destroyed by these vices, and their only way out is to continue to destroy other people. So, and many of them are in the government. Many of them are in high places. You understand me? They have resources. They have money. As a matter of fact, it's not only a Nigerian factor. It's everywhere in the world. You understand? Like in Colombia now, you have the cartel. The cartel, at a point, they were more powerful than the government. They even killed the president, you understand, of the country. That's how powerful they are. And many a times, the government know these people, but they are really handicapped. Because most politicians don't want anything that will destroy the regime. So fighting these people, they would fight. So once the government starts to fight, these people, remember that they are powerful and they are also very violent. You understand me? So they will definitely fight back. But I believe today that in a society where we decide that we are not going to buy their substance, that is the way we can destroy them. Governments can't do much. But today, if me and you, all of us decide that we say no to drugs, and you're selling the drugs and we're not buying, you will be forced to run out of business, because obviously you use your own money to buy the drugs and nobody is consuming. There is not a consumer's market. So I think if government comes out today to sensitize and help people to be able to abstain from this habit, then we can now strangulate the drug barons. You understand? Because once there's no market for something, it dies naturally. You understand? So the reason why they are succeeding and they are more powerful, because there's a thriving market for it in Nigeria. Like Baba said earlier on, before it was just a transit country where they used to pass drugs to other countries, a consumer's market. But later, in 10 years back, Nigeria became a consuming nation. So that is why it is now very much here. So I think that should answer your question. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Abubakar. Back to Dr. Kunle. What does VTA and LSD stands for? And also, how does drug affect the mind?
Okay, somebody asked for a definition of VTA. Is virtually assisted therapy. When you are assisting somebody virtually, you are trying to simulate, am I audible? You are trying to simulate a scenario while the person is still in treatment for this person. I think the second aspect of the question is how
does it affect the mind?
Okay, how it affects the mind.
Yes.
Okay, I think that's Dr. Abba's presentation again. You can see initially everything started by experimentation. Some people have ventured into drug use maybe because of peer pressure or what have you. But in fact, a large number of inquisitive minds of young people actually started using their drug of choice by themselves because they were curious to just want to feel the effect of this substance. Do we understand? So, by experimentation, till the time that the brain is hijacked by these substances. So it's a whole whole long process of how it takes over the brain. But I think Dr. Abba has dealt with that.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Kunle. Back to Dr. Abba. If two addicted came into a relationship and it happens that they are married and have children, how would they manage the situation in the presence of their children and what will you tell them?
When there is fire already burning, you put kerosene, what is going to happen? It will increase. So if the two addicted people are still actively addicted and coming together, it's like a bomb. Because they are going to spend all their time enhancing and supporting the other person in the use of drug. It's a very terrible combination. It's not advisable. Because even their children will grow to see substance use as the norm in their home. And they will grow into it. It's not encouraged. However, if there are two addicts in recovery, they've used before, they are no longer using, and they are trusting to continue in recovery, fine and good. They can be together, and their marriages or their family can be, because they are advocates for abstinence, and that is good. But two people actively using drugs, honestly, is not advised.
Thank you, Dr. Sam. This question goes to Dr. Abubakar. How can I stop my dad from taking drugs?
So that's a very, very dicey one, because it's going to be a bit difficult to mentor your father. It's going to be a bit difficult to mentor your father. But I think still talking to him, you understand me? Sending programs, bringing him for help to places like Serenity Royale Hospital, because your father would not listen to you most of the time, because even children that do drugs, they don't listen to their parents. Not more of a father listens to the child. So what you could also do, you could come to professionals like us for help. You could set up meetings with us to see and talk to your father. Someone like Dr. Kunle has vast experience. So you could also run to someone that he respects and talk to them, to be honest. If I were in that shoe today, I would look for one or two people that my dad respects, whether it's spiritual, a pastor, an imam, and I'll go and talk to them that, look, there's a problem. I can't talk to my dad, but you can talk to him, right? Then people like us, when we come in, he has no choice. He would listen to us, you understand? So again, that is finding intervention, help. You have to come to people like us to help you. You can't do it by yourself. Because I can't imagine you going to tell your dad that not to do drugs. What are the words, you understand? But again, let's not just throw that out of the box. Because I tell you, my mom started going to the same church I go to after a while because of the outcome of my life going to that facility. So at times, your story can even help to rewrite that of your parents. And not just in my case, there are a lot of people that will say, oh, my mom was doing this, doing that. But when I started here, they came along. So there are many dynamics to your question. I hope I touched some of it.
All right, thank you, Dr. Abubakar. Back to Dr. Kunle. How can somebody recover without being advised? How can someone recover without being advised?
How can someone recover?
Yes.
Without being advised to do what?
Without being advised to recover.
Without being advised to recover.
That is self-recovery.
Anyway, recovery from what now?
Recovery from drugs.
So how can someone recover? If you can even recover by yourself, then you are not likely to be an addict. Do you understand? We have templates, we have criteria for diagnosis. By the time the diagnosis is made, this person knows he's killing himself, but he cannot do anything about it. He cannot advise himself. In fact, until after 6 or 8 weeks of being in admission, before people's brain will start thinking. If you bring 10 people into recovery now, the first 6 weeks in treatment, the only thing in their mind is how to get drugs into the hospital. Do you understand? But by the time the brain now starts recovering, the brain will now have the capacity to be able to start thinking. But why addiction is dicey is the fact that this person knows that I'm dying, but does not have the mental capacity to even advise himself. Do we understand? But of course, we know that at some levels of addiction, psychotherapy is talk therapy, whereby somebody can talk to you and then that kickstarts your brain. You start thinking from that point. Why not? But at some levels of addiction, psychotherapy alone, in fact, initially will not work. The person has to be medically detoxified, and then lifestyle changes and psychotherapy will now come in. Even for the message of psychotherapy to sink into the brain. Do we understand? Sir, do you have any other perspective? Okay, good.
Thank you, Dr. Kunle. I don't know who will take this question, but I'll just read the question so we'll best advise who will take it. What is the connection between the reward system and dopamine? Thank you, Dr. Sam Abba.
The reward system is the center or the part of your brain where dopamine acts. The reward system simply means a part of your brain that responds to things that are positive, that makes you happy, that makes you seek for pleasure, that gives you satisfaction. That is the reward system. It is controlled by dopamine because dopamine is the neurotransmitter that stimulates that place to give that effect. So, the reward system is a place, but what triggers that place to begin to give you pleasure is dopamine. Dopamine is a chemical. It's a neurotransmitter. The reward system is a position in your brain. So there are two different things, but they work together to produce pleasure, to produce satisfaction, to produce highness. And that is what people look for. When you take substance, it increases the dopamine that is produced and acts on the reward system to make you feel high. That is the relationship.
Thank you, Dr. Sam. I would like Dr. Mrs. to take this question. If an addict has visited a doctor and still couldn't get over his or her addict for drugs, what should be done?
Thank you for the question. There are individuals that statistics have shown that when they come to the rehab center or when they make that decision to actually stop using substances, they actually get it right once. But there are also other individuals that despite that fact, they need to probably take a second turn or a third turn for them to actually get it right. So you're not getting it right the first time doesn't mean you're doing something wrong. It just means you need to go back and revisit your pathway and understand, okay, why did I have to have a relapse? What were those things that made me have a relapse? And then you learn from it and see how you can avoid that as well. And also for some individuals, they still need to go back and then seek professional help as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Mrs. Back to Dr. Abubakar Salami. How easy was it for you to live your worst nightmare as a drug, once a drug addict? And what would you advise for a person that is trying so hard to pull out after praying to God, going to church, and still there is no positive effect?
So first and foremost, right, it wasn't an overnight trip. Over years, I knew I had a problem. So I started looking for ways to tackle my problems. You know, there's a saying that say, a problem shared is a problem half solved, right? I shared the problem with myself. I identified I had the problem. So at that point, the problem was half solved. Now I started looking for ways, investing in ways to help myself out of that. But there's one exercise that really helped me after everything. I did this exercise in 2017, right? But it took effect in 2018. I took a sheet of paper, and the person that gave me this advice was not even somebody that it should be coming from at all. It was this random guy, one I born in our neighborhood, that he's just doing his own thing. He gave me an advice. He says, take a sheet of paper, write on the first page, who am I? And in 2017, when I wrote who I was, the words I used were scary. I wrote things like, I'm a cheat, a scam, a liar, an addict, I am a no good, I am pain, I was honest to myself, because that book wasn't meant to go out. Actually, I think my wife is the only one who has seen that book, and I still have it, but I only forgot to come with it. So I wrote who I was then. Then on the other page, I wrote who I want to be. On the second page, writing who I want to be between God and man, the exact person I am today is what I wrote in that book. I wrote I want to be a stand-up guy. I want to be a family man married with kids, a lovely family. I want to be a businessman, successful. I want my parents to be proud of me. I want the society to be proud of me. I wrote all these things down. I want to be a giver. I want to be sober. And I wrote this. On the third page, I wrote what to do to become who I want to become. And there, I told myself the truth. I wrote, abstain from certain friends. I wrote their names. Just that I can't call their names here. I wrote their names. Stop going to the park. The park was the place we usually go to smoke and do drugs. Stop going to the park. Tell the truth, even if it costs your life. Now, that is a big one. Being honest. Work hard. Dedicate your life. And I wrote these things down. And between me and you, I dropped that book. After a month, I went to pick up that book to read it. When I read who I was, I almost cried. Then I started working on the things to do to become who I need to become. So it didn't just happen over time. After almost a year, I was able to abstain from those things I needed to abstain from. And today, 6 years down the line, I became who I wrote I want to become. So that is another exercise. Anybody here struggling with addiction, that is another exercise. You need to identify, tell yourself the truth, understand the truth, inform yourself, equip yourself, then work on that truth. What I mean work on that truth is that I will not say, Mr. Jumbo, stay away from Mr. Jumbo. Then I'll go to the back and see Mr. Jumbo. So if I say stay away from Mr. Jumbo, if Mr. Jumbo call me, I'll cut the call and block him. If he sees me on the street, I'll say, Mr. Jumbo, get thee behind me. I don't want to be close to you anymore. You understand? Now that is the way you can help yourself. Decisive action. Because most of us, we're tired of the life. It's not like we're happy. There were times where we were doing drugs and we're crying. We're doing drugs and we're sad. You understand? We're not happy doing it. So we didn't just have a way out. So this information is to help someone struggling. Go home and try it. It doesn't cost you anything trying. All you need is biro and paper. You don't need money. Try it and see. And I believe someone will give testimony. Thank you.
Dr. Abubakar. Okay, so please, I will beg your indulgence. I would just apologize to some of you. So most of the questions, they are repeated. So we'll just filter it from here. So in case you don't get to hear your question, it means one way or the other it has been answered. Just pay attention. Thank you so much. So the next question goes to Dr. Mrs. Does drug addiction has Does drug addiction has any effect on reproduction? I think that's what the person meant.
Okay. Basically, for every individual to understand, whatever psychoactive substances you're taking affects every single organ in your body. I remembered as a student, one of our professors, when we were preparing for exams, he said, if you can't remember any causative factors for cancer, remember two things when they ask you this question. What are the causes of cancer? You remember cigarettes and you remember alcohol, which is very common among individuals. So psychoactive substances, cigarettes, alcohol affect every single organ in your body system, including your reproductive organ. And one thing you should also know is individuals that are actively using, especially both males and females, could cause genetic anomalies in their children. That's when you see some developmental issues in children because their parents were actively using at that point in time. So it affects the children developing normally right from the womb as well. So apart from it affecting the reproductive organs of both the males and females, it also affects the kids they give birth to as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Mrs. Let's put our hands together for her. Now, Dr. Kunle, specifically, the question is directed to you from the right up. Dr. Kunle Adesina said that taking drugs expand the brain, while trying to stop taking drugs gives a withdrawal system. With the challenge of withdrawal system, how is it still possible to stop taking drugs?
Okay, so with the challenge of withdrawal symptoms.
Okay.
Yes.
Systems, yeah.
Okay, so the person meant withdrawal symptoms. That, okay, when you are taking drug or psychoactive substances, the brain is affected. And when you don't want to take, there are withdrawal symptoms. These are symptoms that lead us back to using. For instance, we know that using tramadol or withdrawing from tramadol can lead to convulsion. Have you seen somebody convulsing before? Hello? Yes, an adult maybe he has taken lot of pills of tramadol and then he starts jacking immediately. There are other circumstances that this person now has resolved in his mind that I'm not going to take this substance again. I'm not going to use, no matter what, let heaven and earth fall. I'm locking myself here in the room. I'm not using this thing again. Now, withdrawal symptoms set in. This person starts vomiting. He starts passing loose stools. He starts convulsing. Of course, if the person is lucky not to die, he takes the pill again, all the withdrawal symptoms vanishes. And then we say, Omo, I can't come and kill myself. And then it goes back again. The same thing with alcohol. People have convulsed while binging on alcohol and while withdrawing from alcohol. So withdrawal symptoms, that's the indication for medical treatment. Because this person now wants to stop, but there are symptoms that will not allow him to stop. I don't want to use this chemical again. Now, filled with anxiety, trembling, shaking, with palpitation, the heart racing. Don't forget that this heart can actually crash if nothing is done. During detoxification, we know people's kidney can crash because the whole body system has adjusted to the presence of that psychoactive substance. So it's at that point of physical and psychological withdrawal symptoms and dependence that this person needs medical attention. And then we'll be able to checkmate all the withdrawal symptoms. You get detoxified without even knowing, without having or any of these symptoms, and then launch you out to continue your recovery by yourself. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Adesina. Let's put our hands together for Dr. Adesina. Quickly, Dr. Sam, please, I would like you to take this question. If the person that is addicted to substance or drug is an illiterate, how can you help such a person?
If he's an illiterate, but he's using the substance, there's no illiteracy when it comes to substance. Whoever uses a substance is an addict, and the person can hear in his language, this thing is not good. Speak to the person in the language he understands. Don't blow big grammar. Explain it to him, this is your problem, and the way you are going, you need help. In the language you understand. If it's vernacular, fine. Do it in the vernacular way. And let him know the need for help, the need to leave what he's doing that is bad, and then where he can find help. Don't say, this one is illiterate. In life, no get value. Everybody's life is valuable to the person, to the family, and to God. And they are precious. So approach the individual at his level. I remember when I came in this morning and I saw that our audience is almost secondary school student. I told Dr. K, I said, my grammar has to change. My English has to change. No big words, no big grammar. Why? So that everyone will understand what we are talking about. If we are doing a scientific conference now, you won't hear me talking the way we are talking. We'll be using grammar, big words, and everybody will be understanding. But if you use that one here, everybody will just be shouting. They don't understand anything, they will just shout. So again, I'm saying the same thing. If you are talking to anybody, measure his level. If he's an illiterate, change to the language he understands. Explain what you are trying to say in the way the person will understand in that language, and then guide him to where help can be found.
Thank you, Dr. Sam. To Dr.
Thank you.
Kunle.
Thank you very much, sir. I think somebody asked of the meaning of LSD. I think because of what you said, I just remembered. So it's lysergic acid diethylamide, LSD. Lysergic acid diethylamide, that's the full meaning. So it's part of the grammar. Somebody said we should explain.
Thank you, Dr. Kunle. So you still have to hold the mic for us, sir. Okay. Sir, how do you address addiction due to parental negligence? What helps?
Okay, addiction due to parental negligence. There's no known one cause for addiction anyway. It's multifactorial. Just like the young lady or the young man that asked the question that how do I counsel my father? How do I advise my father that he's an addict? You understand? People have gone into substance use because they saw their parents using. There are some other children that have also seen how their parents mismanaged their lives and said, I will not follow this pathway that my father followed. My father came home drunk, vomiting, wee-weed on himself. No, this is not the kind of life I want to follow. Do you understand? That is the multi-faceted approach now. So there are multifactorial multiple factors that causes addiction. There's no known factor. So parental addiction, of course, we know that the percentage of children that are likely to come down with substance use disorder is higher when you have parents that uses. That predisposes you more to having. But there are a lot of other factors that comes into play when even if our parents are the addicts. Don't forget that our lives are individualized. We are in this world alone. Alone. You are here alone, irrespective of the fact that your parents gave you life. In fact, whatsoever outcome that comes from your life, you are 100% responsible for the outcome of your life. There's no accident in destiny. You are 100% responsible for the outcome of your life. All the guys doing well, sharing their testimonies, it was not accidental. You can hear what Abubakar said. There were deliberate attempts to consciously, carefully design a new pathway for himself. And if you are not interested in designing a new pathway for yourself, then who helps you to do that? Everybody is busy designing their own pathway for their lives. And nobody can help anybody to live his or her own life. So we should know that we are in this world alone, and we must maximize this opportunity by ourselves, and then we'll be able to fulfill our God-given purpose and destiny. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kunle. Back to Dr. Abubakar Salami. We're taking a few more questions before we round up this session. To close, we have about 3 questions to take. Very important. Dr. Abubakar Salami, if drug promise temporary happiness, what are the long-term costs to the soul, body, and legacy?
Sorry, come again.
If drugs promise temporary happiness, what are the long-term costs to the soul, body, and legacy?
Dependency, because you depend more on the drugs. When it causes temporary happiness, so those are the things that addiction deceives you to do. Because addiction makes you feel happy. So most times, children run to drugs as a form of escape. You understand? They lack happiness, crisis at home, dysfunctional home. So let me escape from that dysfunctionality. You understand? But when I found out that, okay, addiction is a mind game. I want you to understand that addiction is a mind game. It plays your mind. That frontal cortex we're talking about that is destroyed, that is the part of your mind that is supposed to fight back and create judgment. But when the drugs destroys it, it now has control. So it plays mind game. So I'll tell you something. When I found out that, when I found God, let me put it this way, because drug was my place where I go to for temporary happiness. When I found God, I found fulfillment and purpose, right? So those things made me naturally happy. So I didn't see the need to go to any substance for temporary happiness when I had lasting happiness already. I became fulfilled, I became happy, proud of myself, my self-esteem grew. So at that time, there was no need for temporary happiness. So that is another way to fight addiction, is that create fulfillment that in turn, a pathway, create a pathway, a shift in your, I'm looking for the word for it, mind shifts, routine shifts, change your routine. So I started exercising a lot. So there was one thing I got used to till today, I still exercise, is every time I felt like using drugs, I wear my running shoes. My running shoes was just by the door. I'll just put my leg inside and I'll run around my estate. Even in the afternoon, people will see me running then. They didn't know what was pursuing me, but addiction was pursuing me. So after running, I'm tired, I'm now asleep. So the mind realized that every time it comes with urge, that I subject him to stress. So the mind started freeing me. Because every time I feel like doing drugs, I wear my running shoes. So instead of feel like doing drugs and go and smoke, I run. So the mind does not like such. So the mind was like, Kai, make I leave this guy. Oh. This guy, every time, they stress me. So that was how I became victorious. You understand me? Then, after a long run till today, I get my own dopamine. And let me tell you how I get my dopamine. My dopamine comes from achievements. Micro, daily achievements. You see me sitting down on this stage today, I've gotten my daily dose of dopamine. Me being here with Dr. K till midnight yesterday, making sure that this place is set, I got my yesterday dose of dopamine, right? And I'm going back to Abuja tomorrow, I'll still get my daily dose. So daily achievement. I broke it into milestones. Daily achievement. So I achieve little things and I get my dose of dopamine. Meanwhile, there's somebody out there that goes to smoke to get his own dose of dopamine. And again, in my business today, I say this from a place of happiness, that I rarely find young people my age that are married, that have the strength and energy to do the things I do. Reason being is that when people chase dopamine, I chase my own form of dopamine, which is achievement. So in a day, I can achieve 4, 5, 6 things because I'm chasing my dopamine, right? So I converted negative energy into positive energy. So I tell most of my friends that I try to talk to about drugs, I say, do you know what? If you decide to find yourself today, the average person cannot find you because you have extra push. The average person cannot compete with you because you have extra push. I have extra push. My wife says it. She says, where do you get your energy from? Because my push is, as you're smoking, getting high. Me, I'm achieving and I'm getting high. My achievements make me high. So a day I can win 5, 10 meetings, meet dignitaries. Those are the things that get me high. So how do you want to fight me? I'm addicted to achievements. Do you understand? So that is my own 2 cents on this. Thank you.
Okay, let's put our hands together. Okay, to Dr. Kunle again, specifically. Why do doctors manage drug addicts nicely for too long? Because I believe some people prefer to learn the hard way than the easy way for too long. I feel fear and aggressiveness approach is never a bad idea, sir. What do you advise?
Okay, thank you very much. Do we understand the question? So in the north, they will call it Garigajia approach. You know Garigajia approach? You know, in time past, people have thought addiction to be a moral failing. Sincerely, the way some addicts will behave, it will irritate you to your bone. Do you understand? I know that I have one house. I don't have where to sleep. I sold the house, sold the bed, started sleeping on the floor. I became homeless. And then that can be very, very annoying. True or false? But science has shown that punishment has not added any benefit to outcome, to prognosis. Why? You are dealing with a disease, not a moral failing. Because if you look at it from the angle of morality, that this person has failed the family standard. I have met parents that will say, doctor, help me slap him. Slap the useless boy. If I kill him, I don't want to see him again. Useless boy. Thinking that this person has fallen the hand of the family because they are seeing it from a moral perspective. But we know that this person has developed a disease of the brain that is chronic in nature. And if I know, somebody came to my office, came in high, he said, Dr. Kule, I said, oh, guy, welcome. He said, do you know you are very stupid? Oh, can you have your seat, please? Why didn't I react? Because I know that my guy on a good day will not tell me that I'm very stupid. If I did not see it from a point of mental affectation, I can jump at him and say, you called me stupid? Who are you? So it's knowledge based for us to know that flogging, chaining in Celestial Church or in a white garment or Babalawo's house or Malam's house, your local rehabilitation center, or dehumanizing the person, turning the person upside down, putting turari and fire under, doing this does not help in treatment. Instead, it makes the addict to be tough, to be hardened, and not to be able to stop. But by the time you create a beautiful recovery environment, there's nobody that wants to behave stupidly. There's nobody that wants to be the problem of himself or the problem of the family or the problem of the society. Something hijacked his brain. And that word is very important. Something took over his brain. And we know that with love, compassion, and encouragement, this person can overcome his problem. Thank you very much. So, Garigajia approach is never a solution to recovery. Flogging or beating or dehumanizing the person is never a solution to addiction treatment. Thank you very much. And it doesn't have a place at all. It doesn't have a place at all in recovery. Thank you.
Okay, so let's take the last question.
Sorry, let me buttress on what Dr. K said. So I'm actually quite close to Dr. K, and I usually call him the patient man. Because the kind of cases he handles. So there are times I'll be like, Kai, Dr. K, are you sure we'll not flog this person? Even me, that was once there, you know, that's how sometimes I get irritated. I'll be like, Kai, no, me, I'll beat the person. No, Dr. K, I can't take this one. You understand? But he has developed thick skin over time, and he's a professional, so he understands the kind of patient Dr. K has for these things, right? I bless God to give that to me, because I can just stand up and just kick somebody. But it's just a joke. On a lighter note, it doesn't work. Let me tell you something. When I was struggling with addiction, they locked me up in the police station every week. The police station was in front of my house, so I got used to it. The police, they knew me. When they locked me for 2 days, 2 nights, they'll give me bail. They'll say I should report. Myself, I'll report. There was one morning, I went to buy drugs, Dr. K, and I was coming back home. Early in the morning, it was 7 a.m. When people were, I had the drugs in my pocket. So as I was passing the front of the police station, the policeman was there, Mr. Ben. I was like, hey, Abu Bakr. I said, hey, Officer Ben. Then I walked towards him to greet him. So as I was trying to hail him, I raised up my hand, and the drugs in my pocket exposed. He now said, Abu Bakr, what is this? And he now removed the drugs. And that's why I'll be going home. That was how I went home, because they were tired already. So there's a level to discipline, beating people. The police people were tired. How long do you want to lock me now? If you lock me, if I come out, I'll go and buy again. If I come back. So that approach doesn't work. You understand? Two things can change a man: love and prayers. You understand? And that's why the Serenity environment is very healthy for recovery. Thank you.
All right. Can we put the hands together for everyone on the panel list? And right now, we are concluding with this question to Dr. Sam. You said that too much tom-tom causes drug abuse. Why? Tom-tom. Is there anything of such? So...
It's Dr. K that said it. But too much of everything is bad. Why do people get addicted? It's because they get pleasure from a lot of things. Some people take coke. Coke. You see, our brains are different. You can become an addict of coke. Coke is allowed. It's legal. It's just what we call a soft drink. Is that also? But if the level of the little caffeine inside stimulates your dopamine level, increases it, that you get a specific response each time you take coke. Even if they bring another drink for you, you say, me, I don't like that one. Now, coke, I like. The reason is because there's something you feel when you take coke. So if you take it, you feel it. Yeah, make I take another one. You feel it. It becomes like every day you must take coke. The day you don't take coke is not a normal day. When you get to that level, you're already a coke addict. The same thing, if by taking tom-tom, there is that feeling you get that gives you that satisfaction. You take one, you say never do. Take two, you never do. Take three, you never do. Take four, you never do. You're already going beyond the normal. Normally, people should just take maybe one or two tom-tom. But your own, that feeling you are getting, why you are taking it is because of that feeling. It's not that you are sick, not because there's any problem with you. But that thing you get from it keep driving you. I remember I would say addiction is something that makes you to come again and again and again. At that point, there's a challenge. So, the active ingredient may not be this big one that all of us are talking about. It may just be something that gives you that feeling. By the side, addiction is not just to substances. We have behavioral addictions. Addiction to gambling is there. Addiction to this phone screen time is there. Addiction to the internet is there. Addiction to sex is there. Why? Because we see ourselves being drawn to that thing again and again, again and again. Somebody came to my office just recently and said, Doctor, what is the problem? I have a daughter, 18 years, in the university, at 300 level, but I have a problem. This phone must be with her 24/7. The mother collected this phone while she was in the kitchen and just said, please, give me this phone and do this for me in the kitchen. And she started crying. She started crying. I mean, give me my phone, give me my phone, give me my phone. Even in the kitchen. That is phone addiction. The food in that house will always be burning. That's one side effect of phone addiction. So, that is the reason. Anything you do beyond the normal use, anything you use beyond the normal use becomes a challenge. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And I think I mentioned tom-tom too when I was trying to talk about unconventional things that people get addicted to. You will have been reading a lot of stories, especially in Lagos area, you know gutter water. Should anybody drink gutter water? Hello? But people now get addicted to gutter water. And it's a whole syndrome that made the national dailies. Goes to the end of a canal, collect the water that is coming from the gutter, drink it, and get high. Those are unconventional ways that people get high. People have gotten high on lizard dung or sniffing pit latrine. Those are unconventional means of people getting high. So, of course, when students now call themselves science students in the negative way by combining different chemicals together, codeine with tom-tom, with this one, and then you say, I'm a science student, and you are consuming, then you are an addict. Do we understand? All right, thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, if your hand is not too busy, put it together for our guest speakers today and facilitators. Please, thank you so much, Dr. Abubakar, Dr. Mrs., Dr. Kunle, and Dr. Sam Abba. Please, you can do better than that. We've learned a lot. Keep on clapping. Keep on clapping. Keep on clapping. Keep on clapping. Please don't stop until the seat. Keep on clapping. Keep on clapping.
All right, that was very educational. That was very impactful. Right now, we want to get feedbacks from the audience. I know you have gained a lot, and we just want to have your feedbacks, to know that really we have impacted you today. So, microphone will be going around the audience. Just want to get your feedback for what you have learned today. And what are you taking back to your school, to your community, to your family, to your home? Please, anybody? Yes, one person here, one person here, one person here. So the microphone, please. Okay, thank you.
Standing on the existing protocols. My name is Eukaria Ifoma Eku. I'm the Deputy State Commander, NDLA Ogun State. And also, I'm standing as the coordinator, International Society of Substance Use Professionals. I have listened to all the lectures. I want to commend the conveyor for this kind of opportunity. We talk so much on drug abuse and the consequences and the way out. So what I want to say is, we are talking on prevention because we all agree that prevention is better and cheaper than cure. Because in Ogun State now, the least rehabilitation treatments or center takes 350,000 for a month. That is the least. We have the one of 2,500,000. We have the one of 1.5. We have the one of 800, 400, according to the facility. And most time, the people that use this drug, some of them, or abuse drug, or dependence on drug, some of them cannot afford this facility. Even before now, we used to refer people to neuropsychiatric hospital. But as of today, for you to get admission in neuropsychiatric hospital, you will be having 450,000 or 500,000, depending on your location, which covers for 2 months, and after which you pay additional money. So since we are emphasizing on prevention, I want to also encourage Recovery Advocates Network to also invest on prevention. Prevention, just as we said, is better than cure. It's just all the strategies that will make us not to even initiate drug use at all. We talk of teaching children, especially primary and secondary school, what we call unplug. There are skills that they will imbibe at the younger or tender age. when even they are predisposed to this drug, they will have the ability to resist the lure. Let us start at that time.
Thank you,
giving them goal setting, decision making, communication skill, analytic thinking. So many of them, this will prepare them, because what we find out that most of them, primary school, no, secondary school, they have started seeing this. Some of them experimenting on it. Some of them till, when they enter university. So it has been a problem, and I appreciate
Thank you, ma.
their efforts.
Thank you, ma.
Then coming to the issue of recovery and treatment, please, Dr. Kunle mentioned it. What we have here is a lot of people that are doing treatment without being evidence-based, without putting, evidence practices, locking people up, chaining people, going to Babalawo first, and doing all sorts. Drug problem is real. We have seen it today. And the approach is also real. You have to go to a standard and evidence-based recovery place. Thank you so much.
Very much, ma. Thank you very much, ma. I believe this feedback has covered for all. Thank you. Hello, sir. Media. Thank you. This has covered for all feedbacks. If you need to do that, you can do that after the vote of thanks. Thank you very much. Right now, we'll be having the vote of thanks by Dr. Kunle Adesina. Vote of thanks, please. Put your hands together for Dr. Kunle Adesina. It has been a very fulfilling day. It has been a very wonderful day. My name is Henry Hoyeboade, and my co-anchor is Mrs. Yinka. And it's a good privilege and a wonderful time in this place having you here. Put your hands together for the Dr. Kunle Adesina.
Thank you very much. On behalf of Recovery Advocacy Network, I want to appreciate everyone that has graced this occasion today. Your presence meant a lot to us, especially the former president of Nigeria, Chief Olusegun Obasanjo. We really want to appreciate your fatherly love, guidance, and counsel over the years, and for coming out publicly to associate with us. Please, a round of applause for the former president. We also want to appreciate everyone that has traveled from far and near, from Abuja. People came by road, by train, people flew down all throughout this week. The technical team, the media team, Mobdab Homes and Associate, the Serenity Royale staff, everybody coming down to make this occasion wonderful. Thank you. God bless every one of you. We want to appreciate the Honorable Commissioner of Education of Ogun State for hosting us, for entrusting the student into our hands. God bless you, sir. Thank you for believing in us. And thank you, ma, for gracing this occasion. The core members, we appreciate you greatly. Thank you very much. You added color to today's event and occasion. Thank you. God bless you. So, to all the students, our eyes are on you. I remember many years ago, we were young children, just like you guys. And we know that you being here today is the reason why all of us are here. Thank you very much, the Ogun State Ministry of Education and the learners. Thank you for gracing this occasion. We can't wait to see you guys at the top. And by the grace of God, when we are meeting in high places, you will make reference to today's event. On behalf of myself, as the president of Recovery Advocacy Network, the vice president and the board of trustees, we appreciate each and every one of you for coming today. Thank you. God bless you. Safe journey to your various destinations. God bless you. Thank you.
Lójú máa fẹsẹ̀ ṣá, kọ́lá mi dé, kọ́lá mi pọ̀ ṣá. Táyé bá gbé ẹ lékè, wọ́n tún máa gbé ẹ ṣépè. ọmọ kọ́tà tó ń fly by jet. Ice water ló ń pa òǹgbẹ. Bọ́ ṣe ń paná mi mo tún tanná. Bọ́ ṣe ń paná mi mo tún ṣáná sí ògbàdo. Ọ̀la ń lọ ni. Bọ́ ṣe ń paná mi mo tún tanná. Bọ́ ṣe ń paná mi mo tún ṣáná sí ògbàdo. Ọ̀la ń lọ ni. Blessings follow me differently. Oh, yeah, to sound what tell me. After many each. After testing and body. Don't want your validation flower. I be who I say I am. I know they fancy the lifestyle. I just want to sing for fans. I have ideas, plenty ideas, plenty ideas. I know they fancy the lifestyle. I just want to sing. All you want to I can tell. Why you want to I can tell. Why you want to I should feel. Can I moto to my face and shot? Call me day, call me Porsche. I have a day and let it. What to my day, shit be. I'm a cutter, don't fly by jet. Ice water, long pa, and wet. Wash your pan on me, mo tun turn up. Wash your pan on me, mo tun shine on see, oh, bado. Olalani. Wash your pan on me, mo tun turn up. Wash your pan on me, mo tun shine on see, oh, bado. Olalani. Blessings follow me differently. Oh, yeah, to sound what tell me. After many each. After testing and body. Don't want your validation flower. I be who I say I am. I know they fancy the lifestyle. I just want to sing for fans. I have ideas, plenty ideas, plenty ideas. I know they fancy the lifestyle. I just want to sing. Call you a bear, I can't tell. Call you a few, I should feel. Can I moto to my face and shot? Call me day, call me Porsche. I have a bear, I let it. What my day should be. Oh my God, I don't fly by jet. I put a long part on bed. Wash your pan on, turn up. Wash your pan on, don't shine on the body. Olalani. Wash your pan on, turn up. Wash your pan on, don't shine on the body. Olalani.
Tata meteta mama ijubawa. Tale tuku pẹ̀lú mọ́tò. Hallelujah, Hosanna. Ọmọ ọjọ́ yẹn be somebody. Picture this, I'm not perfect, but I'm so bent over them. I'm God's favorite and blessed. Applaud say I gave my son up. Shut down when I enter the bar. Only big ballers in my corner. Kodoguri mi koni ketu. Big fish, I love big bedu. Another day, another dollar.
Sushincha, Junkie Ma, Ojuel Bashita. Ask my sister, my music travel no visa. Oh yeah, ask your sister. She never say she not know me. You feel the beat, you go down low. She never say she not know me. You feel the beat, you go down low. Baby, you know that I'm in a joke. Baby, you know that I'm in a joke. Baby, you know that I'm in a joke.
Angelina, you the cool in my temperature. If you call, I go come deliver. I no go fall in your hand never. So now me you could love forever. I'm a cocky no feeble letter. I'm a Angelina, with my Angelina. Oh me all down. Anytime when I see you for the club or the television, your body. Sure you know say the thing when you carry 50 kill somebody. You know I feel a vibe, you feel a vibe, so baby whine about me. Yeah, and I know you shy, but it's cool when we're making love. On the low, 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 on the low. Angelina, you the cool in my temperature. If you call, I go come deliver. I no go fall in your hand never. So now me you could love forever. I'm a cocky no feeble letter. I'm a Angelina, I'm a Angelina. Oh no, so when I want to come out, I signal you. Why you want to request on me like I need that? I'm tryna put a ring on your finger too. And be a better guy, be a better guy. On the low, 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 on the low. Angelina, you the cool in my temperature. Go call me, come deliver. I no go fall in your hand never. So me forever. I'm a cocky no feeble like that. Go.
More music, I can't dilute but come. Another man food is another man poison. Go, yeah. Monkey no fine, but in my mind like I'm. Go, oh yeah. Sure you want come calculate my money. Go, oh yeah. You want to dance or you want to shake, oh yeah. Who got the bless me, bless oh yeah. Chop the rice and banana, oh yeah. I go do my best, oh yeah. Chop the way do and banga, oh yeah.
Extra updates.com.
For the matata, slim daddy. I love my life, I love my life, I love my life. I'm mortal, go. Rihanna make you always so. Go. Do your own, make I do my own. Go. Them mama, them papa, all of them want to go. You know that I'm a biggie man, yeah. Kick harder than Jackie Chan, yeah. My money coming, biggie bass, yeah. Number one in your area, yeah. See how the boys them a drop down. And all the ladies just the holla say. Them no say what holiday. If you don't so you take a busy, make it know they fall. This not a song for the dancer. The way you move your body, girl, it be like say. You no say what holiday. Now the way you do the things you do. It be like say you get plans for me and you. If I put it on you put it on me. What a man can do, the woman can do so. If you do me, I do you. Man no go best up on the dance floor. Man no go best, touch me, I touch you. Man no go best, you say. Man no go best, I say. Man no go best.
If you do me, I do you. Man no go best, step on the dance floor.
So won't you give it to me?
I go give it to you.
So make you give it to me some more.
They get us in the
do me. So make you give it to me.
Give me the lighter, pass me the ganja. To clear all of the whistler.
the smoke up, let the smoke up, in a yeah, give me the lighter. Pass me the ganja. We will roll up the whistler. Let the smoke up, let the smoke up, in a yeah. Ganja man never took a let it see the ganja la way I be no kiss a carry this. Zip, who do the magic? When you say police they come, you no go panic. General time be like any tonic. For my mom, papa, now their daily routine. Give me the light. Don't sleep, wake up. Collect your money, wake up. Collect your money, wake up. Tera, go get the moolah. Wake up, money go gala. Don't walk, you don't try. You supposed to be jai. Kilo come, you come, person matter, person we don't mind. When I land softly on the sofa floor. So far, so good, Koni Bajo, let me see you. Oh, lo, let me see you. Oh, lo, Bukao, let me Bukao. Let me see you, the Buga. Oh, lo, let me see you. Oh, lo, Bukao, let me Bukao. Let me see you, the Buga. Oh, lo, let me see you. Oh, lo, Bukao, let me Bukao. Let me see you, the Buga. Oh, lo, let me see you. Oh, lo, Bukao, let me Bukao. Let me see you, the Buga. Better, go get the dollar. Wake up. Don't walk, don't try. Supposed to be high. Kilo come on, chef water. Let's see what I'm mind. When I land so free on a sofa floor. So far, so good. Money back down. Let me see you. Oh, lo, let me see you. Oh, lo, let me Bukao. Let me see you. Oh, lo, let me see you. Oh, lo, Bukao. Let me Bukao. Let me see you. Oh, lo, let me see you. Oh, lo, Bukao. Let me Bukao. Let me see you. Oh, lo, let me see you. Oh, lo, Bukao. Let me see you. Dear Father in heaven, about time to take over. You don't tell way I trouble you. Back down to Lucifer. I know the fellow pastor, they be for my father, na father. Say me I don't busy my call. I won't focus on you, on God. Plenty noise, plenty people, don't call the bot. Me, I get sense, I get God, I come first, I don't cross. Plenty noise, plenty people, don't call the bot. Hey God, don't make I follow. So what things they cost, you want the ball, you want the dollar. Hey God, don't make I follow. So what things they cost, you want the ball, you want the dollar.
Now I'm giving my testimony. I'm killing the beat and I'm giving them heat. Now I'm giving them everything. I'm living my life, I don't chop the money. I don't taste money. My guy, I'm allergic to poverty. So I'm using my sense to gather the properties. No time, like a Statue of Liberty. Nobody knows tomorrow. tomorrow, so I be holding my destiny. Yeah. As if you say I don't go, some people they bubble low. I continue the struggle, the struggle they double my hustle. As if you say I don't go.